How are we doing? Happy last hour of Christmas for me. I hope you all had a good one. Bran, thank you for 25. I appreciate that. Just became a farmer cat brawler in Skyrim and had sake. Yo. Sounds like a wonderful night. I am a little sleepy. Just a little bit. Just a little sleepy. But I did wanna play because I wanna play it so bad. I want to sneak in some time because the next few days I'm gonna try to buckle down on some work stuff, so don't know how much I'll be streaming this coming week. I'll try to sneak some in, but I can't stop thinking about this game. Hi, Sensei. This is very funny. Thank you. I got myself some tea, though, with honey and lemon, so prepared for hurting my voice more. I might not be as thorough with reading out loud for this game, just because it was a lot of reading, and it did absolutely tire me out. But let's get into it. So, the game is basically we are a Roadwarden, which is kind of like a ranger, scouter, messenger kind of person. And our secondary objective is trying to get all these towns in agreement to become under the Merchants Guild. So, like, you know, they would have guards and stuff like that, and they'd pay taxes, though, but they'd be kept safe by the merchants and everything like that. And it's kind of like a fantasy setting, but it's very like, it's like, oh, here's a dragon, but then when like they describe it, you're like, is this a dragon or is this something else? And then when they finally say like, oh, this is a dragon, it's like, okay, there's very different interpretations of like the creatures and monsters and stuff, which is really cool. It is totally text-based. There's little like art on the side here. These are our stats: health, food, armor, charisma or appearance, and then this is my like perk, which is we're an alchemist, so we're a little smarter than the normal person. Okay, so we just woke up. We stayed at the inn, so here's our map. Old Pagos, they won't let us in because there is a plague. Excuse me. Howler's Dell is where we're at. Pelt of the North is this small little inn that we've been kind of using as a home base because I like the people there, and we've been also like recruiting new people to go there. This is the first place we arrived at. There's like 2 people in the military left there, and we are filling in like the new road warden's shoes, so they kind of like set us on our path. All this was just kind of like me stumbling around, and this center part was all very dangerous. So I think we want to go this way and scoot up the north, because I think there's like cities around. I think there's like 3 cities I haven't done. End goal is us to convince all the towns to become under the rule of the Merchants Guild kind of thing. But our false appearance is that we are the new Roadwarden. It feels kind of, you know, like a sheriff kind of thing. Oh shit, I just ripped my tea bag cover. I didn't mean to do that. I just was fidgeting. Anywho, let's do some traveling. Okay, she's not willing to talk about this guy. We're looking for Erastos and this other guy for these hunters that we made. But we have no one will like talk to us about it. Druids won't see me because I think I'm a different religion than the druids, and they got grumpy. All right, we're going north this way. With no trees or crags blocking the sun, the road is bright and inviting. A simple bridge is centuries old, bitten by time. It makes you think of the dolmen you saw south of here. Torrent here is deep and fast with plenty of fish. The boat is destroyed beyond repair, rotten, falling to pieces with holes in the floor and the sides, overgrown by fungi and moss. The thick shrubs lining the path are covered with thorns. Small birds are jumping from one twig to another, pecking at the brown berries. Knowing from the herbaria that the fruits are safe, you eat a few bittersweet ones as well. Map always the same on... I think it's always the same. I don't think this is like a roguelite. For sure it's a set narrative. Knowledge. I think I've read about some of these fish. You see dozens of red and gray shells as you walk by. They stay close, following your steps. According to the testimonies from the Myrtle trial you've read about, they have long, sharp teeth, eat flesh, and could scrape your skull clean in a minute. I'll look around. After what feels like an eternity of searching around the boat, the banks and shrubs, you sit down on a bridge and take a break, and realize you haven't actually looked beneath it. You kneel on the grass and look into the darkness. Among the cobwebs and bugs, you spot an old piece of fabric pinned to the rock. You pull it out and find a rotten, torn pouch that contains a single dragon bone. Dragon bones are the currency. You make sure you haven't missed another one in the dirt, but if they ever existed, they rolled down and sunk for good. Hell yeah. Bumptious peacefully chews the grass, enjoying the sun on its back, ready to take a nap. Oh, you know what we should do? I think my fishing trap is over here. You pull up the rope and see a flopping fish inside. You prepare your axe and open the lid and reach for the catch. You stun the animal with 2 careful blows on the top of the head and finish it off. Take the fish trap back. The gentle road downhill gets greener and less rocky the farther north you go. Just in case your eyes run toward a few drier parts of the meadow, and you instantly shout at Bumptious to make haste. A pack of short-haired wolves, at least 20 members strong, are chasing you. Their coats are a mixture of yellow, black, and white spots, as if someone threw mud and painted them. You move towards the road with human-like speed, and you realize only some of them are running straight at you. They're trying to cut through my path. If it wasn't for your palfrey, the beast would have already caught up with you. Their trap was perfectly set up, not leaving you any path of escape. Your terrified mount is disciplined enough to stay on the beaten path. Even though one of the big-eared wolves almost sinks its teeth into your mount's thigh, you manage to squeeze between the hunters. For the next few minutes, you do your best to get further away. And while your gallop is indeed faster, the wolves easily shorten the distance by moving through the sparse forest. You ride past a wooden cabin placed in the clearing at the bottom of the rock face. But you can't stop while the pack is at your back. Maybe I have something I could use. You think about your sack and bundle, but the pack won't wait for you to sort things out. The group gets larger the further you go, and even more of its members, previously hidden among the trees and grasses, now join the hunt, allowing their tired family members to slow down. You may be able to lose them for some time, but scaring or wounding some of them may force them to give up on the prey sooner. Don't have a crossbow. My axe doesn't have range. Don't have a potion. I got nothing. You focus on the road ahead, forcing your mount to speed up whenever the beast tries to catch it. After another few minutes, you leave the hills and enter grasslands of a valley, but the pack doesn't give up on you. At least their numbers have stopped growing. You're already outside their territory, and the handful of spotted color shells also seem tired and are forced to stay on the beaten path. You get out of the valley and follow another narrow path to the hills and trees, clearly shaped by humans, at least in part. The leaves and rocks start to burr into vague memory, but another few minutes the howls stop. You don't slow down just yet. Those were stubborn wolves. You reach a gentle open path, seeing a lake to the west and hearing a gentle creak ahead of you. Bumptious is exhausted but patient. More happy to survive than it is angry at your wanderlust. At least you can hope the pack will move at a different place during the night. Let Bumptious rest for a little. Oh, it's Link. Air is humid and fresh, but vitalizing. The light touches the road and shrubs, blocked only by a single willow, wild and untrimmed. You're by a lake. Too large for you to see its other bank, but the local soil isn't too fertile. There are only a few trees on the horizon, while struggling bushes and grasses fight with the layers of rocks. The path leading farther north is green, bright, and calming. A gray rabbit is cleaning its fur near the brook, but the sound of hooves makes it hop toward the nearest shrub. Right after it sinks into the leaves, you hear a squeal cut off quickly. Whatever its hunter was, it leaves behind only the rustling of a thicket and a trail of blood. You wait for a long minute with your hand on your axe, but the creature doesn't return. You relax a bit, then turn towards the stone statue of a young woman. Such a monument would be better fit for a temple or rich city folks' house. Here, without any cover, it's already losing its shape from the rain and dust. Chunks of the face and hair have already broken off. Its detailed eyes and human-like proportions and clothes are fabric. And the clothes are like fabric petrified by spell. Jeez. The statue carries a usual traveling equipment, a walking staff, gamson, simple pants, and now covered by leaves. Look at the pedestal. You dismount and approach. See some more wooden bowls as well as rocks. Try to push the leaves away, but they're thick and healthy. So you remove the thicket, you won't be able to see if there's anything worth stealing. Thankfully, there are no thorns, and the touch of the leaf doesn't make your finger itchy. It's not stealing a bandit statue needs their gifts. Hour and a half, I could cut down the bushes. You tether Bumptious to the tree, letting it choose between drinking, grazing, and napping. You prepare your equipment, keeping an eye on the bush where you saw the rabbit's last moments. Man, it's something about reading, I just get burpy. You use your weight to move the plants from one side, then cut right above the ground. The stems are healthy and flexible, so getting through them is rough, but you have enough strength to deal with them in a couple of minutes. The work goes on for a bit, but once you're done, the statue stands in its former glory. A couple of old offerings are still on the pedestal. Polished rocks, bone figurines, and moldy bowls and plates that used to store food. In one vessel, you see a dragon bone. It's dark and could be older than a generation, but it would surely be accepted by any merchant. Yeah, I'm taking that shit. You watch it in the brook and straighten up just a tiny bit richer. Statue's silent. I don't want to set up my fish trap here because in case someone comes by, they're like, hey, there was a dragon bone here. Is this your fish trap? Alright, let's keep going north. Lakeside is filled with chirping cicadas and crickets, as well as a roaring of beasts from the hills. The tall yellow grasses are interwoven with flowers and bumblebees, while the peaceful water shines just as much as the wings of dragonflies. Roads often traveled, unlikely to jump on any animal as large as Bumptious. In the distance, you see a palisade with large buildings set on the side of a crossroad. Once you get closer, you hear a conversation behind the wall. Two men are arguing about if they really just heard a horse. Let's ask for directions. Achievement. I got the 4 crossroads. Bump just carries you towards an open gate on its own, welcoming an opportunity to rest by pushing out the air loudly through its nostrils. A nearby wooden pen won't offer much space for a horse, but should be enough for grazing and a nap. As you dismount, 2 men get up from the front stairs. Their clean-shaven faces reveal that they're in their early 20s. The first one's taller than you, broad-shouldered, wears a light brown pant and darker jacket. Both of them are made of leather. With an inviting smile, he gets up and moves to the open enclosure. His steps are heavy and slow, but every movement is marked with care, ensuring he won't knock anything or anyone. The second man looks as different from his colleague as the sun from the moon. He's unusually short and wears a heavy cloak made of black fur, so large it could cover his entire shell. He opens the door of the building, hides his hand, and peeks into the room. "Foggy!" His voice is shrill and unconcerned. "A messenger! Come!" Hanging barrel sways in the wind, marking the place as an inner tavern. The building resembles the merchant's house from Haviland, whitewashed with oiled, elegant wooden beams, fragile will. The fragile walls are high enough to avoid flood and snow, but you have no doubt that a troll or even a peddler could easily break through them. The palisade is short, has hardly any support, and has no walkway for crossbowmen, hardly enough for even a makeshift hamlet. Yet it's an open harbor that makes you uneasy. Aside from the fish, any creature, aquatic or not, could just walk into the yard, undisturbed. The path is covered by paw prints and claw marks. Better to not need pumpkins outside at night. A black and white bird swoops into the water, flaps its wings, and takes off with a silver twitching creature in its talons. The large man clears his throat. "Here, what do we have here? Coming from afar, friend. Those new horses and howlers." His voice is serotonin. Centaurians. I don't know. My brain went with a word. Centaurian, close to a shout. You vaguely recognize his accent as one in the former city harbor. Distanced. They have donkeys and mouflons, but no horses. Came from the city. "Smart of you to take the western road. East is wild, only Oxidia lives there. A weirdo mage." Yo? Eudocia? You hear heavy footsteps. A woman shows up in the doorway and looks at you from the top of the stairs. She's even more towering and stout than her son, the man who just welcomed you, with a massive chest and pear-shaped face with a prominent chin. Her movements are composed and confident. She would be older than 50, with a mixture of gray and blonde hair. She has one arm, the left one, notably muscular, with a hand so large it could likely chop off Bumpch's head with a single strike, or crush yours like a berry. Jesus! Through the slit of her robe, made of creamy warfur, you spot her trunk-like legs. She rubs her eye over your blade armor. She runs her eyes over your blade, armor, and mount. Her lips form into something of a smile, distorted by the scar that runs through her mouth. The tall guy looks like her. He spreads his arm, forming a chain between you and her. "Meet Foggy, friend. Ma, the riders come to you from Howlers." His powerful voice turns timid, and he keeps turning his head from left to right and back. "But the horse is from the city. A monster, eh?" The woman looks at him with amusement, then glances at your palfrey. "So, it sure is. So you met Thias, dear? I bet that for you it's a village like any other. But for us it's the loudest place in the north, unbearably so." She vaguely stretches out her only hand. "What brings you to Foggy Lake, love? Just stopping by?" Her voice is hoarse, like mine. Like that of a traveler who's spent many autumn nights in cold tents, yet carries a hint of a motherly concern. Close the animal pen and head towards the stairs. I want to talk. Just walk away. You won't find any other shelter in this part of the Dragon Woods, especially not in the creeks. And we're not as costly as the damn ape ale. She scratches her broad chin with sausage-like fingers. You drink? I smile, in good company. That's what I like to hear. Her brief, powerful laughter is enough to scare away the birds from above the lake. Your mount lets out a fearful snort. Let's not wait then. Come, dear, share a story with me in the mug. Without waiting for your response, she walks inside. Also, Nero Company, thank you for 22 months. Woo. Woo. How you doing? The tall man takes a deep breath. Go ahead. We'll take care of your horse. He encourages you with a gesture. And by that, it means we won't do anything to it, adds the man in the black fur. Whenever his screechy words follow the deep voices of his companions, he sounds like a brat. We won't be feeding or washing beasts that aren't going in a stew, but we'll keep an eye on it. They find new spots to rest. The side of a boat and a stool near the palisade. Awesome if they plan to join. Largeman chuckles. We don't have any guards. We need to stay sharp. No drinking, no leaving valued possessions behind. He nods towards your hearse. We'll feast in winter when we get a break from this place. I nod and go to the stairs. The narrow segmented window shutters. The narrow segmented window shutters let in a lot of light without letting the beast inside. The air is humid, but carries not a hint of putridity. The heels of Foggy's boots make her steps thunder even though the planks don't creak. Make yourself at home, she says without looking at you, heading to the trapdoor in the corner. I'll just grab a little something. Your ears catch the screeches of hunting birds and the wind that leaks through the windows, but other than that, the room is quiet. Main hall, check the basement, look where the ladder leads, sit down, and wait for their return. Investigate the main hall. The room's crammed with stuff. Barrel pellet on the ground, be a nice resting spot. No chests, cabinets are closed, no toys, simple crafts. Living with so many windows in the winter would be a struggle. One could clear the place in a morning and move all its worth into a single wagon. The only thing of exceptional value is the cauldron made of pricey steel and the hanging head of an insect-like monster. Its mandibles don't move, the dim eyes seem intact, and its armored head tells you a long story of survival through scratches and cuts. Look where the ladder leads. You climb up a simple rope ladder and reach the attic. It smells like a haystack. The floor is covered with animal furs, bags, and clothes. There's a soul sitting in the corner, a bearded man in his 20s, who only has a right hand. Though unlike the tavern keeper, he has kept the rest of his arm. His sleepy eyes observe you without a word. As he greets you with a nod, he starts to put on his boots. Basement. Meager light hinders your view. There are dozens of barrels, sacks, stone tools, bowls, pieces of roasted fish, or bird meat. Foggy notices you, but doesn't say anything. She looks for something among the bunch of bottles. There's a couple more animal trophies placed on top of the barrels and leaning against the walls. Fangs, claws, monster heads, and lizard skin. Quite a collection. I sit and wait. Take a glance at the blood on the table, the scattered yellow feathers, the bowl of guts and talons. You find yourself a clean stool. Foggy shows up soon, smiling, holding 2 cups in her hand, a bottle in her fingers, and a cloth on her shoulder. She puts everything on the stool and wipes the table clean. Forgive the mess, just part of the job. She explains without a hint of apology. I'd rather dress birds in the yard, but the blood lures the beast. Sometimes the folks from the creeks bring us meals, but we need to take care of ourselves. She throws the bloody cloth back into the bucket, making a splash, and sits down on the stool, making it look like it was made for a doll. She rests her elbow on the table and looks you in the eye. Her voice is warm yet intrusive. So, who am I dealing with? Introduce myself. Bottle removes its seal, seemingly by itself. The wax floats in the air briefly, then lands on the table gently. Without a word, she pours a thick liquid into her cups with her only hand, but doesn't offer you a drink just yet. Asterion is the previous Roadwarden. He's presumed dead. Some folks don't like him, so I don't know if I want to lead with that, because they might not like him. Even though we're not friends with him, I don't want to, like, start with that. Learn about the Penzinal Tavern seemed like a good shot. Trade a bit in the coming days. I want to see what I can get here. Leave behind some coins. I think I might lead with Asterion. She looked at you for a moment without the slightest movement. And why do you think he's here? I'm not saying that I do, but maybe you know where I can find him? Ah, I misunderstood you. She shakes her head and leans on the table. I don't know his whereabouts. He didn't tell me a thing more than what I needed to hear. What can you tell me about him? She rests her only hand across her stomach, which you identify as her version of crossing her arms. A customer and an errand runner. What's there to say? Your additional questions don't get many more answers. She brings up the man's looks and equipment, without adding much of what you already learned from Tulia. He's painted with dragons, rarely bartered, she adds. That's what city folk do, aye? Seeking riches, then locking themselves in the chamber, prisoners of their might. It's not really what I'm aiming for. We'll see, love. We'll see. Did he do any jobs for you? She presses her tongue against her cheek and lips. Well, I'm not sure. He was bringing me news, or delivering my messages, sold me some stuff, sometimes brought a thing or two. His life wasn't really that riveting. Just another mug guzzler, sitting in the corner, patching his clothes. Did he sell you anything unusual? She stares at you without blinking. Such as what? What? Something useful, maybe I could buy it back. The scar on her lips distorts her smile. It just so happens. She hesitates. I promised to keep it around for some time. Ask me later, maybe after you've shown us what you're made of. I'll see what I can offer. When was the last time you saw him? Same as the others. In the late days of spring, we were waiting for his return, me and the only other villages. Then moved on. No idea where he went. You don't sound especially bothered by his disappearance. You see me as someone eager to make friends with a vagabond? I'll take it as a compliment to my skills as a tavern keeper. Folks come and go, their faces disappear, friends die in my arms. She pauses. Families fade away. There was a different Roadwarden years ago, and there's another one now. There's only one Foggy in the north and one Aelin. That slow son of mine, and one Creeks. I have only so many tears to spare. Maybe. Once our souls are too restless to stay quiet. But now go ahead, enjoy your drink. You raise the cup to your nose, you smell flowers, yeast, and hops. Liquid's golden on the edges, but resembles a red amber in the center. It's thick as herbal medicament. Medicament? I never know how to say that word out loud. Herbal medicine. You take a look at your companion, seeing a hint of what's expected of you. In some places, people gulp down their mead, but your vessel allows you to appreciate the aroma. The huge keeper smiles and takes a sip. You follow her lead, allowing the drink to pass your lips. It's warm, hiding none of its subtleties. Drinking mead is a never-ending conflict between holding the taste in your mouth and savoring yourself from the tormenting sweetness of honey. Yet the flavors of flowers are just as present, too difficult to capture just yet. Foggy leans forward with an elbow resting on the table. Well, for me it's a lazy evening. At least the rain sparrows so nicely holding off till the evenings. What's the story of the place? Can't be more than a few years old. It's our third summer under the roof of Foggy Lake, but the palisade is older. Used to be a camping spot for bird catchers from the creeks, but there are fish here that don't swim in the streams. When we were newcomers to the north, these lands were hard to bend, but the beasts got used to us with time. Hey, Big Dub. How you doing? Hold this. You got it. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream of Dan reads a story to you all while you're tucked in bed, nice and warm. We're playing Roadwarden. This is my second stream of it. It's a text-based adventure kind of RPG. Super interesting. Really enjoying it. I really wanted to play more of it lately, but it does kill my throat. So I gotta pace myself. Will says I'm a cutie, and he's right. What were you up to, Will? What were you playing? Vampire Survivors. Noise. Noise, noise, noise. The type of dude Will is. Okay.
I'm the type of dude who wears a polo to the family barbecue. I'm the type of...
What's wrong with wearing a polo to the family barbecue? You know? Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, we are this game. Quick summary: we are a road warden, kind of the equivalent of like a sheriff, messenger, ranger of this fantasy realm. We are hired as the new road warden because the previous one presumably died. We also have a secondary objective of convincing the people of this region to fall under the banner of the Merchants Guild, and you know, gain their support, but also be taxed, kind of thing. So we have a secondary mission. Only one person's figured out that we have that secondary mission so far, but we also haven't met a lot of people. And right now we're going up a path to the north, checking up some new areas. Is the main objective, hey, you guys want to unionize? Kind of. I think, I'm curious if you can just kind of do whatever you want, because you're given 40 days to do it. I think it's like, what, day 6? Day 6. We still haven't even met most of, like, the towns. Like here's my map. It's very, very barren. Like, here's one town we met. Howler's Dell, excuse me. It's very prosperous. I feel like there's something shady going on there, but we don't know yet. It's just very, like, everyone's great. Old Pagos, we try to get in, but there is a plague, so they won't let anyone in or out. And then there's just a bunch of little buildings. These are the only 2 towns we found. I think there's 4 or 5. Is this the same file? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think the game's like 20, 30 hours long. How expansive is the map? No clue. My first playthrough. I don't want to know, also. Has an interesting art style. Yeah, it's very pleasing. I love the colors. Shutaro, thank you for 4 months. Thank you so much. Morning, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, too. Third summer, she observes the mean in her cup. Every year or so, we add something new. The rocks for campfire, some stools, a fence, firewood shed, a boat. At one point, we brought lumber from the White Marshes and built a cabin, like the one on the Eastern Road. More folks started resting here, even traders from the Gale Rocks and Old Pagos. A plenty fine spot for an inn, yai? Yai? I don't know why I said yai. Sleepy time? Have a good sleepy time. It is Christmas for 13 more minutes. Her smile is warm. I'm building my home from nothing, you could say, and not the first time. How about you? Does any of that sound tempting? Place far away from Hoveland, somewhere where I can rest after a day of work without an aching back. Home is where I can find kind people. Something I can ask myself after I've saved and dragged bones. I like the kind people one. She chuckles. You can always find some folks who are somewhat kind, and some of the time. But all of them have their limits or bad days. Without a place to return to, you're missing out on souls and their stories. She looks you in the eyes with motherly concern. Or who knows, maybe you're different. Well, Merry Christmas. Thank you. How do you stay safe for the research? Completely open for the lake. What brought you to the north? Yeah, I want to know about that. Quick legs, love. Her brief yet thunderous laughter makes you flinch. We don't leave any food outside, but our cauldron smells. Every now and then, something scary shows up. And naked arcade bubbles raids us. Hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. I hope you had a good stream. You like to see the manager? Bill? If someone wants to see you. He doesn't want to talk. Sorry. What's the Roadwarden with you? Got him. We lock ourselves in here for days if we have to. Our windows help us keep an eye on the yard. Better that than leaving the hamlet to goblins. You mentioned that you have no wall from the lakeside is quite a risk. She nods in agreement and takes another sip. We don't bring children or old folks around, but this part of the peninsula is not so bad, at least in sunlight. Not much food growing or running around, unless you can live off fish and birds. And the folks of the creeks are great hunters, the greatest around. But isn't there a harbor in the city as well? How do you keep the creatures away? They're used to avoiding hobbling. They must stay in the water waiting for trash or drunkards. Something large shows up between the boats. People learn to run away and leave it. It's actually the flying beasts that bother us. You've been streaming for 10 hours? We'll have a great rest. Nice, hefty stream. You describe the harpies and other creatures how the city folk do their chores with spears by their side. The kids are told to stay inside unless they're supervised. You finish your tale. Foggy gives you a long look. So that's how the cities are when there's no iron or bolt for crossbows. Now I wonder what the capital looks like. I mean, it's not that important anymore. Not without the emperors. Any interesting beasts? Oh, I hunt for nothing, she smirks. Not since I lost my arm. And the boys outside are not made for it either. There's no drive to fight, you see, and grew up to be wimps. They sometimes club down a hare, but we're all about foraging and bird traps now. The folks in the creek do the real hunting, she adds after a pause. Runners, mouflons, rats, sometimes a buffalo or saurian. We have no soil for fields, so game meat's all we have left. She stretches out, getting even taller. Do you hunt often? If I'm about to starve, I don't enjoy killing. Sometimes I set up traps, don't risk facing big game. Yeah, I like that. That's hardly a hunt, isn't it? She leans forward, chuckling. Picking up a dead bird from a loop is not the same as pushing away a warm corpse that's just pinning you down to the ground. She looks toward the open window shutters. Not the same, but probably smarter. A friend of mine was a real huntress for a year or so. You burn enough dead friends and relatives, clean tables start to look plenty tempting. Clean tables starts to look plenty tempting. She leans forward and takes another look at her bottle, sealing away with a approving nod. Ma and Pa were both big and strong. One time they saw me sitting on a kid twisting his arm, so they started to teach me. Staff duels, running, lifting barrels and rocks. Thankfully, the army chieftain said I wasn't disciplined enough. She rubs a scar on her forehead. So I did a lot of things. Escorted some merchants, joined a group of adventurers, hunted for bounties, guarded a village temple. The last memory makes her voice gloomy. Not all of these things make me proud. She smells the meat in her cup, but doesn't take a sip. I moved here only after I lost my arm, when the folks were fleeing the invasion. I took my Elin, Cask of Dragons, and joined a more organized group. Arm or not, I still have a fierce punch. She lets out a pleased grunt. I was worth keeping around. Her voice can't hide back that she's delighted to carry on with her tale. Now that the years are catching up with me, and even more so with my back, I need to build myself a decent shelter. I crave no adventures, but I'm happy to hear stories from other restless souls. In the meantime, I'll practice this little trick. She points to the cauldron in the middle of the room and starts to make circles with her finger. The ladle mimics the movement, mixing the stew for another minute or two. That's always good for my back. She's a mage. Name's Foggy, and this is Foggy Lake. Is the tavern named after you, or are you the lake? So you move things with your thoughts. Can't you? I smile. Now that's a mystery. She chuckles. Hey, let's hope you don't need to use it on one of your journeys. Or that winter will never come, or the wolves will cuddle with mouflons. Will you build a real wall? Why not? Then grow my own connections in the villages, buy more hard drinks, another shed, a cabin, even hire a private warden for these roads, but you know, for my guest. She sips from her cup, looking at you. But it's all in the distant future. We at Creeks need to take care of the eastern route. Clear it for traders. Without trade, all we have is the locals, and they don't even use dragon bones. But why do you care, dear? Are you planning to stay around? See what the future brings. She nods, as we all will. The lake has no name. She moves her cup away and leans forward, resting her elbow on the table. Her voice is playful, warm. Yet. I mean, but there won't be stories about this place, believe me. But there will be stories about this place, believe me. About passing by the lake while getting to Foggy's. I may not be a dragon slayer or a holy woman, but one way or another, my soul will live on in name, tied to these walls. She looked at you in silence and burst into laughter. You could swear she was making the jar shake. I'm plenty fine being vain. We all want to be remembered, I think. My pa used to say that memories of our lives in the blood of our children. But guess what? Kids die as well. All my brothers and sisters gone. She pauses, there's no sadness in her eyes. Stories have better reach, aye? We can tell each other about strangers who lived centuries ago. There's magic in that. Ask about the arm. She leans back, moving her shoulders and chest up and down as she's having soundless chuckle. Not one I'm going to share with a newcomer, dear. Stay alive until next autumn. I'll open a cask of cold cider and tell you quite the tale. It has treason, treasure, monster, and dark spells. But I'm way too sober for it now. She grabs her cup. Her wink turns to an awkward blink. You like expensive drinks? The pricey ones are gifts I received, or treasures I found when I was young. I also bought a few, I like to offer something unusual to the wealthier, or more promising guest. She tilts her cup. I dabbled with some recipes myself. I have plenty of brewing tools, though I can name maybe half of them. Still, from ales to hard drinks, I've had some successes. Oh, say, love, I rarely meet folks with that many questions. She gives you a warm look. What hides beneath them? Hoping to learn something useful. Just getting to know you better. Her scar lips make an unclear grimace. Words can only get you so far. You won't know someone by meeting them once every few seasons. You need to stay around, see others' deeds, listen to their coughs and cries. Travelers don't know folks, just stories. The voice gets somber. Trust my ears when I say so. I have some things I'm willing to part with. And I may be willing to buy them. You know, by the lake, eh? She laughs and gestures for you to take your catch away. There are fresh fish in the creek, salty ones from Gale Rocks. Maybe try the Ape Ale Inn or Howlers or Pelton North. She doesn't want my fish. Can I take a look at your brewing set? I'm an alchemist. She frowns but gestures for you to follow her. Don't touch anything. I've got no toys here. She gasps as she squeezes through the trapdoor. Downstairs, she has to lower her head to avoid the beams beneath the ceiling. The scent of over a dozen wooden barrels is free from putridity. Your eyes turn over the trophies, claws, bone jaws, and tusks gathered in piles, while the staffed heads of various creatures observe you with their fake eyes. Foggy lights a candle with the help of a tinderbox and leads you to a table in the furthest corner. The instruments are made of glass, gold, and copper that would allow you to brew even advanced potions. Bottles, scales, knives, alembics, mortars, and crucible. The jars on the shelf contain simple but useful ingredients. I could put this good table to use, Foggy. Could you now? Her voice is playful, but her face is covered with shadows. You could also set the place on fire, or spill my stuff, or break this glass thingy. She waves at one of the alembics. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. And heads back to the stairs. We'll see how trustworthy you are, my dear. We'll see. She suddenly turns back and gives you a harsh look. Don't think I'll give away my stuff for nothing. We're in the middle of nowhere. Ingredients are expensive. You brew, you pay. But I don't like the way you walk around here. You pay more. The rule of the tavern. Alembics is right? Wow. I don't know if I've ever heard that out loud. Anything about the necromancers? Folks at White Marshes struggle. They don't know how to protect their kids. Orentius, their priest. Quiet man, but preaches a lot like a zealot. I always say zealot because of StarCraft. She opens the door with a wave of her hand, letting in some fresh air, looks at the lake. He used to trade in lumber, those from the marshes, until Hallardale started selling their own trees for better prices. Okay. So they still seem like good folk, even though they do use the undead. Or they're bandits. She makes an annoyed grimace. What can I tell you, dear? You know how it goes. Lost souls need a new path after awfulness finds them. The years go by and it doesn't get any easier. She was reluctant to give you any straightforward answers. You don't have to worry about Gloucester's band. They hunt, sometimes they take this or that, scavenge after folks who get jumped by beasts, but they never try to threaten my place. I don't want to say that. Looking for work. She grins. I somehow doubt you're here for forage for me, love. Not that I have any room for another soul. Let me think. The folks at Old Pagos are weirdly quiet. They were supposed to drop 2 wagons of rocks in my place. Can you check on them? I bring news. They're not good. Listening to your tale, she rubs her forehead. Well, not what I was hoping to hear, love, but I'm glad you went there. Better warn the older sediments. Folks should know before they send their own messengers. It's going to be a rough few seasons for all of us. She pulls out a drag bow from her pocket and tosses it your direction. Here, good job. She steps towards the ajar door and looks at the lake. Can you tell me about the peninsula? Her broad shoulders form a straight line. It's a dark thing, this beholder. Gives me chills. The druids told us it's been there longer than any human, but I don't know why they keep such dark magic around. I heard that it eats souls, but you know, gossip gets cruel when it's about pagans. Have we learned anything new? No, not yet. We know the druids kind of protect it. Howler's Dell seems to be okay with it because I think they have like a mini version of it in their town. Or something similar in their town. Most other folks I've talked to about it don't like it. I don't know if I have anything directly I want to ask her right now. What do you have for sale? Now you're talking. Some cooking. After a minute, she shows up with a sack that clings over stuff. I still use some scraps. Let me take a look. Iron scraps. I have 5. 4 meals bought in advance. I need a soul who can handle a delicate task, and I'm not sure it's you, dear. Time for me to go. Alright, the table and nearby shelves contain precise tools and decent supply of basic substances used. You'll have to compensate Foggy with her dragon bones for using her store. That ointment to get across the ford would be nice. The balm, you know, Foggy's due 2 rations. The herbs you're looking for, such as basil, mint, and lavender, are common. You wash them with care. Drove so with touched by a curse, an entire basalt rock powder at the top of a mountain. 2 food rations. Don't I have one of those? I don't. I had a healing potion, but I gave it away. Snake bait flower, caviar mushroom. Oh shit. Damn, the whole fucking day passed talking to her. I'd like to spade. She approaches the window. Beast won't make it easy for us, dear. It's not a city inn. I don't cook for a smile. I don't work to feel noble. I allow folks to lie down for free. She points to a bare fur with a broad chin, but that's about it. If your horse stays outside, it'll lure Beast to us. But if we move it here upstairs, it'll leave droppings on my floor. She gets annoyed. Shit, I didn't realize how much of the day. This is bad. Quick save. We're going to the cabin. You enter the bridge, move its edge somewhere below you, notice a glimmer. Hey, you, step back, run! Yeah. Without even thinking, you leap towards the yard. A long, teeth-filled mouth breaks through the water surface, splashing it in every direction. It bites the empty place where you were just standing, while the front limbs, thick-scaled and ending with claws as large as your fingers, land on the wood. Once the saurian's yellow eyes notice that you're outside of its reach, it nonchalantly slides into the lake. You hear laughter coming from the yard. The large forager, who's wearing leather, was running to help, but now stands with hands on his thighs, cackling without rest. The man in black fur, on his other hand, looks at you with worry. You see a hand kept beneath his cloak. He was reaching for something. What are you doing, I? This lake isn't for outsiders. I'll stay away. Just nods and gestures for his companion to cut it. -2 food. Yeah, I gotta fucking do it. I don't want to lose Bumptious. A monstrous shout wakes you up. The night is bright. From the window of the tavern, you have a good look at the yard. A few massive dragonlings are exploring the courtyard, knocking over wooden tools with their tails, putting their noses into buckets and underneath the stairs. You count 5 of them, but you can't see the entire area at once. One of them spots your look and moves closer. Still, it doesn't try to climb the door. Maybe it's experienced enough to know it won't get through. Go to sleep with an axe in my hand. That'll teach him. Look at me with my cool axe. Okay. I go outside. We travel. Let's just keep going north. We ride uphill, but Bump just manages to keep up. The dark woods in the south are behind a gently humming creek, while the forest on your right was trimmed by the locals. It's a peaceful journey for at least some time. After a few minutes, you spot a group of wolves feasting on a fallen furry beast. Maybe a Wyzant? One of them looks towards you. We go a little faster. Merry Christmas, Filani. The road fades into an old tunnel. There are no signs of mining, no signposts, no human voices. The ceiling is supported by wooden beams, but the light only reaches so far. The chilling wind mercilessly bends the few lonely trees, while the shrubs oppose the weather patiently. Jeez. The side path leading west is somewhat maintained, and you find both boot prints and cart tracks. It leads higher in the mountains. Tether bumpers are going. Your mount observes the area anxiously, so you stay for a moment to give it a good scratch under its neck and say something confident. You unpack all the things you need to make a new simple torch. A log, some old rugs, a bit of oil. You grab your tinderbox and sit on the ground for a couple minutes preparing the flint. Decades ago, before the southern invasion, people used fire struckers made of thick steel, but all you have is a cube-like piece of harsh pyrite. It's not the best, but it's enough to make a couple of sparks. The loud, flickering yellow light unevenly hits your cheek with the heat. You raise the torch, hold it at an angle, letting the oil drip on the ground. Let's see where this goes. Bumptious is 100% dead. I'm gonna come back and Bumptious is gonna be dead. For a few minutes, you follow a fairly straight corridor. The timber supporting the ceiling is decaying, but you don't spot any signs of collapse. The floor is littered with bones and rotting food, most likely dragged in here by wild beasts, but there are also signs of soot above you, and boot prints left in the dried mud. You reach the crossroads and stop in place. There's no sconce in sight. You have to constantly carry the torch or lose it for good. And it won't last for long anyway. The draft is hardly noticeable, so looking for an exit in the dark could be dangerous. My lantern! Use my lantern! You place the candle on the ground and light it up with another few sparks. You shove it inside the lantern through the hole, pressing into the nail. You shake it for a bit, making sure it'll stay. The candle isn't bright as your torch, but it's safer and will last longer. It can easily be replaced with another one. That's what we're talking about. Okay. Human carved straight corridor, supported with beams, while the other paths are curved and narrow. The only light comes from the exit minutes away from here. We're going left. Hugging the left wall. The air in the chamber is humid. The straw beds are covered with mold. Sagging racks are bending under their own weight. The animal pelts on the floor release a terrible stench. I search the room carefully. Use an old walking stick to push the furs and mattresses aside. You spare your gloves from touching the sticky odds and ends by wrapping them in a cloth. You find the only thing of value hidden in a rare dry bowl pushed to the side of the shelf. A tiny ring made of bone. Not a coin, but a piece of jewelry. Still elegant, with a distinguished carving of a fish on its top and scales on its side. I move forward. What time is it? 12 hours. Okay. Hydrate. You got it. I have tea with honey and lemon. Sound of the stream is reaching you from ahead. This time there are no side paths. Support is denser with beams on both walls. The trash on the other hand is sparse. You find nothing of use. The ammo ruins. Except the human-like bony prints. Forward. Stream has formed a wide pond. You stab it in a few spots, but it turns only a finger or two deep. There are no signs of bridge. I crouch and take a closer look. It's clean, but the dark rocks and lack of light camouflage its soft sand-like bed. You find a few fish bones and other remains, but every step you disturb the sediment, further clouding the water. The water flows from your right to your left. Its trail is wide enough to follow, at least for a few steps, and so tall you can do so without crouching. Follow the water. Added caviar mushroom. Yeah. The corridors become less spacious after a few steps, but you manage to take a good look around, moving both with and against the flow. The wet walls are home to worms, mold, and what looks like pale spiders, though with only 6 legs. Although the commotion, you spot a cave ear sticking out of the wall, a familiar though unfriendly mushroom, and creamy color distorted by your light. You grab your knife and cut away what seems the least bug-infested chunk. After wrapping it with a linen sheet, you wash your hands. The cave ear is used by some fighters to enhance their senses. Combined with the snake bait flour, could be a helpful addition. Forward! You open the door to your right, leads a narrow corridor. You take a look further down the tunnel. A cave-in broke the timber, blocking the path forward. Take a closer look. Push away a few rocks, making them roll on the floor, but the blockade is at least a few steep steps deep. It would take an entire team of diggers to get through. You climb up a bit and peek through a large hole close to the ceiling. There's a weak light coming from the distant end. Step away. Walk through the door. It squeaks. The corridor resembles the interior of a fortress with flat, regular walls and the ceiling so low you couldn't ride through it. You reach another, much larger chamber, which seems to mimic the corridor's style. Spoiled food and moldy planks make you hold your breath. The chamber used to be served as a dining spot with tables, chairs, shelves for mugs, and barrels of drinks, but all that's left is worms and mustiness. You got heavenly bodies for yourself and a brother. What an equal parts infuriating, lovely game. Swap arms with one, or quap. Build a space station. That sounds like a nightmare. You don't see the furthest wall until you bring light closer. The open door leads to a new natural cavern. Another closed door in the corner of the room opposite the one you came in. Search the chamber. Abandoned in haste, but you find no signs of large creatures, bones, or destruction. Stained your hand with rust. I found a key. Try to open the door. Door gives way. The next room is also too large for your light to reach the corners at once. The empty shelves, chests, and spear racks give you no promise of hidden treasure, but you also find a box with rusty nails, a cracked barrel in the corner, and broken blade. You can spend some time collecting these and sell them in a village. Examine the curtain. It's divided in the center, allowing you to draw it. Behind it, you find a tiny room, maybe 2 steps wide and 3 steps deep. It's silent, not as humid. The wall ahead isn't like the others. It's covered with red and purple bricks. Look for anything unusual. The walls to your left and right bear a few iron hooks that could be used to hang cloaks, paintings, or trophies. The corners aren't too dusty. There are no footprints on the floor. You inspect the brick further. In its center, at chest height, you spot a distinctive engraving. It's a winged hourglass about a finger long. Touch the shape of the hourglass with the pendant I have. It's a match. You fit in the grooves and then press. The brick moves deeper inside, then bounces back, allowing you to draw it completely. In the secret compartment, you find a key made of bronze. It's as large as your forearm. It's a big-ass key. Collect the metal scraps. Having no useful tools at hand, you struggle to dismantle the barrel and cut away a few. After a long while, you prepare a decent, clinging sack. For now, you move it to the dining chamber, leaving the exit. Leave the room. Ajar door. Cave is moist. The diggers placed planks on the ground, serving as now useless bridge to the puddles. The rocks shaped like icicles ominously hanging from the ceiling, and some spots merging with their on-floor counterparts, forming hourglass-like columns. Search it! You leave the rotten planks and explore the cavern, making light dance, but you find nothing of use. Try to open the door. Door opens quietly and return to the main tunnel. You can turn south again, but you see if there's anything in but you blink a few times and realize there's a light at the end of the tunnel far ahead. It's weak and flickers, like a torch. I move closer. Still carrying your light, you move forward carefully. You pay attention to sounds and movements, but there's no crackling of campfire, no wandering or chatting. You see a shape of a gate far in the distance. Look for anything unusual. You look down just in time. There's a cord stretched right above the ground, and a few spots holding pieces of wood and bone that are meant to make the sound of disturbed. You crouch and carefully cut it, putting the remains of the trap on the floor. See who's making that light? You get close enough to recognize more distinctive shapes in the shadows, but your own light also draws attention. The one at the end of the tunnel draws near, followed by a few human-like figures. Take a few steps back, see him doing left. Creatures don't shout or wail, neither make threatening gestures nor carry angry glances. You hear only the rattle of their bones as they hit the rocky floor. The empty eye sockets of the naked skulls reveal nothing. The 4 skeletons wear rags, and 2 of them have scraps of flesh on their limbs. Their weapons are unconvincing, simple digging tools and spears tipped with rocks. But you notice the speed and confidence of their movement. The one on the back is holding a wooden lantern, while another one is carrying a fresh torch, but the group doesn't pay much attention to their steps. Door behind me. Chamber with the stalactites. Dining chamber. Leave the chamber. You lead the undead to the short corridor. This door has no lock and you can't keep them away, but they have to enter one at a time. Use this opportunity. You manage to land a reckless attack, barely hitting one of the arm bones. The creature strikes back at you with a crude sledgehammer. Limited by the size of the corridor, you fail your block. While the undead leans away for a few moments, it doesn't take long for it to straighten up again. Run! Toward the stream. Up the tunnel. Back to the crossroads. I flee. I didn't die. Hungry and sweaty, you look back. The light stops a few minutes away, somewhere close to the crossroads. You won't have a chance to sneak by them. Okay, so I'm gonna have to kill undead if I want to go back that way. 9 hours. It smells tasty like fruits. Probably a healing potion. Healing potion is the most desired liquid. Awesome. Well, my armor's fucking. I'm gonna try. I go in. The skeletons are waiting as they take proper stance, filling the chambers with thuds at their feet. With or without flesh, your target blocks and dodges, making you fight as if you're facing a human. Not a bloodthirsty beast, you struggle to land any hit with the weight of your axe, hardly compensating for all the parrying, darkness, and rattling. A powerful blow reaches your back, sending you into the ground where you take a kick to your cheek. You crawl away, but the thin fingers are already on your neck. I died. Alright, I better prepare. Fucking skeletons. You squeeze between the hills and forests. Only larger beasts you spot in a single saurian, basking in the boulder or lazily observing you from a safe distance. Your ears catch the howls coming from the north, long and loud, while you look at the lake, hoping there's no threat hiding behind the water surface. Part of the roads are muddy. Puddles disturb your ride. A deep, loud yell of howler are piercing your ears, concealing any other sound in the area. They're sitting on branches in the tall grass, not trying to hide. Their thick black and gold furs cover their entire shells, aside from their charcoal black faces, with roundish, flat noses and wide nostrils. The younger members of the pack are about the size of your mount's head, but the larger ones would be chest high if it wasn't for the fact they walk on all fours. Their long tails are like an additional arm, helping them climb, hang from branches, or hold food while they eat. They aren't particularly muscular, but when they form their pink lips into the shape of a cup to release their howls, their mouths are so wide they could fit your entire head inside. As you listen to their shouts, you reach for your head. You feel a weird itch, but somehow you can't scratch it. Take a look. The whitish rawhide covers the grass like a blanket, surrounded by paw prints. The howlers don't wait for you to approach it. One of the larger ones jumps on the ground, leaning on its hands and challenging you with its gaze. It has rather blunt teeth. I spent some time setting my fish trap. I flee. Stretch out your legs, then dash ahead. At first, the monkeys move away, a few unconvinced yells, but then those above start to howl even deeper. You get dizzy as soon as the pain enters your skull, as if you're getting hit by a smith's hammer time and time again. But you manage to stay calm, focus on your goal. The larger creatures try to cut off your path, but being on the ground, you can't keep up with your legs. They can't keep up with your legs. Without stopping, you grab the rawhide and carry on, waiting for a few heartbeats before you change direction rapidly, now getting closer to Bumptious. By the time you reach the saddle, the beasts are already abandoned their pursuit. You take a few breaths, inspect the rawhide. The wet, torn blanket is now worth as much as a bread crust. Still, it's not rotten. If the owner is around, they may recognize it. Damn. A lot of shitty luck here. The road east is beaten and clean, with enough space to fit 2 wagons side by side. Life in the plains is busy and loud. So far, you don't see any lurking beasts. You reach a shining pond at the edge of the forest. You ride beneath 2 trimmed trees growing on the opposite side of the path like columns leading to Right's temple. Shouts and heavy steps prepare you for trouble ahead. 2 shells are circling around each other. One of them is a 4-legged saurian with dark gray skin, as long as your palfrey, but only knee-high. It's wandering left and right along the bank, hissing repeatedly, sticking out its split tongue, and then retracting it. The stout monster doesn't look like it's a born hunter of humans, but its long tail is swinging like a whip. For now only threatening so, but you don't doubt that getting hit by it would only break your bones. Would likely break your bones. The second one belongs to a brown-skinned man wearing leather pants, a long brown woolen cloak, and a matching pelt of a wolf on his head and shoulders, like a haunting hood. His voice is both gentle and scared. He's stretching his hands out in front of him, trying to make the beast stay away as if it's a mouflon. A third shell is right in the middle between the other 2, a creature you don't recognize from this distance, but it's in a puddle of its own blood and isn't moving. I want to help. Bump just charges forward, though strays a bit to the left, as if hoping you'll change your mind before you ride into the saurian. You allow it to do so, then land on the ground between the 2 enemies. The man's voice turns into laughter, and you realize that the dead shell belongs not to the human, but to a creature covered with white fur. I don't think your ibex can be helped. He tilts his head, then lets out a chuckle. Nah, not mine. It was the kill. I'm not a beast breeder. He points at his hat as if he's meant to be proof of some sort. Brown mouth resting on his forehead is quite distracting. But there's food in the middle of the road. How can I look away? This ibex is our destiny, friend. After a short pause, he whispers, Say, do you have any fruit in those sacks? Throw some at it. He points to the beast. Why would it care about fruits? It has a whole ibex to eat. Just trust me. He grunts. He grumpily whispers, It hunts only when there's nothing better for it to pick. They live on trees, you know. I throw the fish. He and his wolf head nod enthusiastically. It's a great idea. You toss a cold creature a few feet ahead of you, making it land just in front of the beast. For a moment, it doesn't even lean forward, instead moving its tongue in and out rapidly. After a short hiss, it cuts the air to its left and right with its tail, then dashes forward to swallow the fish whole. You and the hooded man wait for a few breaths, but nothing changes. The creature tries to grab the ibex, the man moves forward to scare it, and both shells step back, afraid to make the first move. You sure it was fresh? I don't want to waste my fruit. You grab apples and pears. They don't look so appetizing and toss them towards the beast. They land next to it. Walks left and right, moving its tongue. It only crushes some of the fruit. Maybe more would do it. I'll distract it. You grab the ibex. Scratches his head and nods with approval. You know what? That's an excellent plan. Do so. Without another glance, he once again shouts at the beast, then dashes away from you, followed by his cape. The monster hisses and reaches forward as if waiting to see what you're going to do. I focus on avoiding its attacks. How do you expect it to strike? I watch its tail. The saurian still surprises you with the range of its attacks. It turns around while pouncing forward and swings its tail at your chest. Thanks to all the attention you paid, you duck beneath it, then jump away. The next few sways are distant enough that you don't Have to fear them. Ha! Dumb beast! You hear. The thief is running away with the ibex on his back, holding it by the legs while it hangs from his shoulders. You chase after him, barely able to outspeed the monster yourself. It has already lost any interest in you. Without your help, with the weight of the carcass, you doubt the man could get far. You shout at Bumptious to run. You follow the trail of blood as well as constantly bouncing head of the brown wolf. Once you get close, the man doesn't mind sharing the burden with you. You now hold the creature by its head, and while running side by side is awkward, the weight isn't overwhelming. Your palfrey leads the two of you up the hill. Didn't even touch you? Aye? Some good dodging. He warmly laughs. But let's not tempt fate. He looks back, yells in panic, and speeds up. Tell him to prepare for a fight. But the clash never comes. After another minute, the beast gives up its pursuit. You thought you would have realized if it wasn't for Bumptious, who now trots without a single care. You look back in the sorry and indeed backs down, moving to its pond slowly. Once you approach the wood, you take a short break. Even from a distance, you see the distinct trail leading between the trees. Not a garden in this forest. The man speaks briefly, gasping from his burden. Not too dark, and the cats are few. Boars are there, though, and gargoyles. Better not go too deep. There are no roads there. His face is now much older than 20, shaved with great care, cleaner than even among the city folk. While his hood and his heavy cloak mask his figure, he seems well-fed and healthy. We're halfway there, friend. Creeks is a gorgeous place, you know. You'll love it. I'm sure I will. Carrying the ibex takes a while, but the man is incapable of being silent. Every unusual tree seems to be tied with a story of his life. And make sure you notice the first stream you cross on every new solid bridge. One of many creeks you see, he says with untamed amusement. The thin gorge leads between you and the mountains. It could have been played in your Apple too. Yeah, it's simple, but man, it's I'm so intrigued by it. There's like just enough like rolling of the dice and random events and stuff that I'm very excited to just explore. You follow the trail of shouts and laughter. 7 people, about 20 years old each, are gathering at the wooden bridge, leaning against the railing, bathing in the sun, bathing in the stream, lying on the grass. Pieces of clothing made of fur and leather are spread around next to cudgels and throwing clubs. One of the sounds of hooves manages to break through the chattering. The curious young eyes, untouched by wartime, turn towards you. An excited whisper spreads. The shells are proudly displayed, and their confident smiles are both inviting and challenging. How's water? The hunter greets tribe folk as stepping on the logs. Gentle and warm, says a man resting his friend's shoulder. That's a nice ibex. There are paths leading in many directions, but the main road will take you uphill. Awkward as I walk past the naked people, I look towards the touch bar. There's no reason for me to embarrass. I look at them. The light dances on wet hair, both on their heads and crotches, lowering your eyes just as much as the revealed chest and muscular arms. You've interpreted not just that they're bath souls who speak. Your guide is embracing another man he's sitting behind, while one of the women is keeping his arms around the waist of yet another man. Yo, Creek's got it going on. You hardly see any wounds or marks caused by sickness. The harshest days of this group are still ahead. As you move your eyes from one person to another, they greet you with kind nods, but you notice that the ones standing at the bridge are holding their breath and leaning away. You notice your own scent, and once you step off the logs, the hunter chuckles. Seeking warmth, aye? Don't worry, you can always wash yourself here. I stink. I'm stinky. The palisade is as tall as trees, but being placed at the top of the crags make it look impassable. What? Why is the gate closed? The hunter turns to the watchtower and repeats his question only louder. Maybe call Ella? Too blind to see we have a guest, eh? A hardly visible guard with a female voice leans on the tower. He's coming, Howler, relax. Her shouts hint of no patience toward him. The youth dine in the woods after the bath. Why would we close? The man glances at you. Who's Ella? Saren. We stinky. Look how stinky we are. 0 out of 5. I seem healthy, but I stinky. Just my brother. He gestures for you to ignore it. And I'm Ephraim. So thanks to our parents, folks keep mistaking our names. But Ella has a stick in his ass and is as boring and nagging as his legless donkey. The soul from the tower hides again and the gate opens. Enter the village. Sparse clumps of grass survive on the edges of this spacious yard. few onlookers wear working clothes, suitable for their hard labor. They're carrying tools, planks, and logs. You're next to a large building of unusual shape, either a temple or a house of gathering. It makes you think of the cabin that's been getting larger and larger over the course of years, with the section in the middle being darker and more crude than the outer ones. A slightly overweight man is standing in the front of the building with open arms. "Welcome to Creek's, friend." His voice and eyes are gentle, but there's vigor in his stance and gestures. "Ephraim was meant to hunt, but I see he brought not one but two unusual creatures." The hunter rolls his eyes. "Don't embarrass us with this prattle." He raises his voice and fills it with bitterness, addressing no soul in particular. "And maybe ask someone to help us with this ibex. It's our shared catch." He points at you. "Now I want to know whom we are grateful." Ella nods towards you. "Introduce myself." I observe him more closely. Being close to 30 years old, he's one of the older souls around. Just like the other villagers, he has clothes made of animals, not plants. The leather pants and jacket are humble, but the shoulder caper reaching from his neck to his elbows used to belong to a yellow elk. His brown skin is darker than that of a farmer, and as you look at his outreached hand, they carry the marks of being cut by tools. "I'm Ella, the carpenter." He takes a step towards the fruit trees and invites you to move forward. Like most men in the village, he's clean-shaved. "How about I show you the rest of the village? It may be humble, but it's as beautiful as a blue starling." That sounds lovely. I already had one opportunity to see some of your beauties. I feel like this could get me killed. But I kind of want to do it. I'm going to do it. Quick save. Takes a moment before Ella figures out what you mean, but Ephraim's laughter is enough of a hint. The carpenter puts a hand on his bulging stomach and playfully taps his fingers. "I, the youth, want to be longed for, but don't find many adventurers in their small group. Our older generations see them as our offspring, not bedfellows. At least the blood crossing isn't an issue yet." "I swear," interrupts the hunter. "I'm not carrying this ibex to the kitchen. Someone call the cooks." After dropping the carcass on the ground, he springs away, fretting at the blood in his hands. "Let's take a stroll then," says Ella as he leads you forward. "Your mount can drink at the creek here." "Come, bumptious." You tether your mount to a tree, next to a drying laundry. Ella points to the land behind the bridge proudly. "Our newest addition to the village. The hunters grow old, so we're taking steps away from meat and fruit." You spot only two people working in the field, or rather a large garden covered with cabbages, carrots, onions, and garlic, indistinguishable from the wild plants growing in the woods. On the path between the two halves of the field, an elderly woman is sitting on a stool, looking in your direction as if you're interrupting her contemplation. "Old Hava will be there. Old Hava there will turn this place into a proper farm one day. She has a little strength, but keeps precious memories of her trade." You lack proper scenes. I don't want to say you lack. I'm just going to say that. Ephraim snorts, holding his laughter. "Just be happy you haven't grown under her. I'm lucky to have my ears after all the pulling and pinching." Don't overcolor it. Don't overcolor her. She cares a lot. Ella invites you with a gesture to follow him deeper into the village. At least out to the quiet children. Just let her do the talking. The fewer things you say, the fewer reasons for her to get upset. Yeah, I know the type. The bonfire spot is surrounded by logs that were cut into tables and stools. Ella approaches the nearest chair, rubbing its back with his cut hands. "When we share a meal, we do so here, sometimes beneath the stars. You'd have to see it. The flames dance on the walls to the monsters' roars and crickets." Ephraim's voice also grows in enthusiasm. "Dining at the edge of the forest is something you wouldn't forget. Unless you can drink, don't swallow anything stronger than spoiled ibex milk. The shadows, friend. Terrifying." You glance over the wooden buildings, and while the walls seem fine, the roofs are primitive, mostly made of planks that are already soggy and bent. There are a few people working on cleaning bark from a log. But the square is mostly quiet, with a few kids observing you from above their toys. Burning fires must take a lot of wood, a bit of a hazard. Must take a lot of wood. It's not something we need to worry about. Ella shows you to look around. We mostly burnt what's left of sawing and construction, gathering fuel for a few dozen days. Some of us think they can learn woodworking all by themselves, Ephraim says mockingly. So we waste a lot of wood. At least we can roast meat on long sticks we sit here. No, we already have results. The carpenter moves his hands from his chair to his stomach. Everything you see here, friend, was built by us and our elders. How about I show you our old forest? Secretly has to be a death cult. Yeah, it's a little too good. None of them seem like they've seen any like war or injury or death. A little sus. You find the answer right away. You stand between two of the houses. In front of the gate, an animal pen. The walls are made of sharpened trunks that are tall as two humans. The captured beasts are tethered by ropes, but have enough freedom to wander and graze. 2 brown boars and a black mouflon. And here are our captives, Ephraim declares proudly. I know, it's still a bit empty, but we'll crowd it just before winter. Are the ropes really enough to keep them here? Both men look at the animals with renewed curiosity. Well, the hunter starts. If they can free themselves from a hemp rope, then squeeze through the stakes, and while no soul sees them and get to freedom again, I say they deserve to do so. Ella leans on the gate and points to the area behind the palisade. The mouflon may disappear, but the boars would be stuck on this plateau. Have you noticed the old forest, friend? I look north. Vast clearing is returning to life with shrubs spread between path like tree stumps. And tree stumps. You move to the bridge, then a gateway, and have a chance to look around. We can see the edge of our world from the watchtower, Ella narrates sublimely. In the long distance, the plateau ends surrounded by cliffs. You either climb up the mountains or fall to your death. Both men tell you about the difficult past of the village. A desperate camp, then a cabin, then 2, shifting its wooden walls into as more and more trees were cut. Without tree crowns, we can walk with no shadows, beast dens, gargoyle eyes, concludes the carpenter. It's really better than a forest garden. It would produce a lot more food. Now I only see berries. Surprised that the wrath of the herds hasn't smitten you yet. I'm kind of leaning towards that. Nothing will, friend, the hunter counters, and the carpenter is eager to follow. I think the landscape. Blocking the path here was one of the first things our predecessor took care of. It may be that the beasts don't realize how much of the place has changed. He tells you one more thing to see and continues his tale as you walk away. From time to time, something reaches our territory. We feel safe among the bushes, but not so that we would send a child there. We have plans, like so many lifetimes won't be enough to complete them. He says with a mix of melancholy and excitement, making Ephraim listen with attention. I want to see a stone wall with a walk for archers, weapons made of copper, and tannery set at its own camp, so we're free of its stench. Farmers, fishers, sorcerers, herbalists. He returned to the main square again. The words of a dreamer. The hunter pats his companion's back. First, we need to learn how to feed our children. We lack strength and skill. Ephraim looks at you, but we have time. Time comes opportunity. You reach the edge of the village, a cliff as tall as the wall. Beneath you, 2 creeks meet and form a gentle river. There are the trees we use to learn more about woodwork. Ella is smiling as he leans his back against the wall of a house. We plant new ones, but we'll soon have to bring wood from further away. Give the saplings a few years, or however long they grow. A decade? And this is where I leave the 2 of you with your boring tree talks. Ephraim points at you. See me later if you need. I'll be around. I rarely hunt alone. The carpenter watches his departing companion with genial eyes. Genial? Denial! Well, there's work to be done. A new chair awaits me. He leads to a humble working station, placed in the edge of the square. The tools you notice are simple, if not primitive. We don't have to talk about my trade, Dan. What awaits you? I forgot my name was Dan. What brings you to us? Let's get old Pagos out of the way. He freezes, puts away his tools, and then looks at you with wide eyes. Wait for a bit, will you? Wait for a bit, will you? Without warning your response, he springs up and knocks down a few planks as he lurches away, asking his neighbors to call the entire tribe. People surround you, asking what's going on, and once the news spreads, you answer a dozen of questions, though most of what you could say is summed up with, I'm not sure. Aside from the worried faces, there's also more pragmatic ones. Hunters mentioned they won't be able to deliver the autumn pelts, while one of the farmers wonders about her cousin. She was always so pious. She says that with an accent you remember from old Pagos. May the right reward her prayers or else. After some time, the crowd pays you little attention and Ella leads you back to his workshop. They and I will discuss this later, he says with an absent voice, then sits down and glances at his neighbors. The village isn't much older than you. What's its story? Probably raises a carving knife and gestures you. Maybe a young village, but there's a lot to say. The story is bloated with names, relationships, step-by-step description of the growth of the settlement, its bothersome creatures. You get the gist of it. The settlement arrived here 25 years ago, after one of the 10 cities had fallen to the southern invasion. Most of them came from the capital, and while some joined them along the way, they soon came to realize that none of the villages had enough space or will to host a few dozen refugees. The folks of Gale Rocks used to have much kinder attitude towards strangers than they do now, and they offered the newcomers to stay at the beach behind their village. If there was nothing for them to eat, other than what they caught in the salt waters, they soon started their search for a land remote enough to not compete with the locals, and with the help of the kind folks at Gale Rocks, White Marshes, Old Pagos, and others. As Ayla vaguely states, they've received enough wood and tools to turn a scrap into this plateau into a clearing, then a camp, a hamlet, and then finally a village. Fascinating stuff. At the very end, Ayla leads you back to his workbench, holding a hand in his conspicuous stomach, giving his throat some rest. Oh, I'm gonna take a drink of that. Take it. What are the folks at Haviland like? Foggy says there are thousands of souls at the capital, and one could go their entire life still finding new faces. My city feels lonely. People all around it, they're all too busy what they do just to share their lives. People spend their time with families and close friends, especially ones they work with. They're close to each other, but no soul knows what happens behind doors. In the evenings, the streets feel empty. It's hard to get to know people when everyone's so busy, but kids spend a lot of time together and build long-time friendships. One can easily find groups to hang out with. People shop together, work, take baths, pray. When no one has anything to do in the evening, they go outside and seek company. It's not easy to build a strong friendship, though. Hard to say. Merchants are getting richer. The priests have their games. Craft guilds decide who goes in and out, and the workers have to compete. There's no monsters in the streets, and at least not every day. But there's distrust in many souls. I kind of like that one. He looks at you with a sigh. I know folks go there to be safe, but what you describe, friend, sounds like a place darker than the heart of the woods. It's not if you're at the top. He adjusts his shoulder cloak and reaches for the next plank without saying anything. I've heard you had issues with the Eastern Path. First he gives you a bright smile, then nods. Aye. So our issues are so clear that folks gossip on them. I'm glad you came to help, friend, but it doesn't feel right to admit we need the help of an outsider. He stands up slowly, walks away, and leaps over one of the log-made tables and looks for something in the pile of wood. In this part of the land, there's always going to be something to do for the Roadwarden. He straightens up with a piece of charred wood in his hands and gets back to you. As he draws black lines in the workbench, he mentions a few names. Creeks, Foggies, Gale Rocks there. Here's the lake. The map is simplistic and doesn't align with your own understanding of local distances, but you follow his description. The path from here to the south is getting too wild for us. He repines, making another few strokes. The merchants travel through another route through Haller's Dell, passing by Old Pagos and White Marshes. Once they reach Foggy, they've already had full stomachs and many deals closed. But when they travel back, they visit the same places again. Folks already know that trading here takes a long time. Give them an option to meet you first. Well, I'm sure you can find some help. He pats his stomach without noticing. He leaves a few black dots on his leather jacket. There's a few things you could do. Follow the eastern road and see if it's clear. Are there any safe shelters left? Any blockades to get rid of? Is there an overgrown path to burn? Maybe see if the road here to the western crossroads is safe, or if the carts could get through the heart of the woods. If you're brave enough, I hope you are a soul with a sage judgment. Seeing your puzzled look, he rests his palms on the table with a shy look. I know I'm vague, but I bet you already know more about these roads than I do, friend. His eyes return to the map, and after a moment of hesitation, he rubs an uneven line with his thumb. Where would you like me to start? What are the shelters? Set just as the side of the roads. There's a ruined campsite west of Foggy's. He makes a small circle on the map. Or we could go south to the cabin by our elders built. He makes a larger square. It's halfway from here to the river. Take a look around. See what's in their condition. If there are any beasts around, you can handle a few small creatures, can't you? So 2 shelters and then you wanted me to take care of anything I find. He laughs, but not with his eyes. Forgive me, friend. You don't sound like someone with much experience behind them. You're nothing like Asterion. He took pride in his self-reliance. How could you know if I'll be honest with you? He looks at you in silence, then clenches his stomach. Can't, most likely. But the more news you bring us, the farther away from their village our foragers and hunters will be willing to roam. Foggy's boys as well, I expect. Sooner or later, the truth will surface, and I'll advise my tribe to take a lesson from whatever we're about to find. You forgot to mention my pay. It depends what you're about to do, The tribe has but a few dragons. To confirm his words, he enters a nearby house from which he picks up an old wooden case, crude in shape, with an unsightly engraving of a 3-headed hydra on its lid. Inside you see maybe about 24 dragon bones. Let's say you get a dragon for any news about cleared or blocked areas. And more if it takes real effort from you. We have a deal. He flashes you a wide smile and pats his stomach. You won't regret this. He then throws away the charred wood, returns to his stool, and looks for his tools. Cleared the statue. A woman with a stick. Seeing a ear nods, he stops his work. What for? Increasing the chance animals will see her as a human shell and feel threatened. What? You repeat yourself, but he gestures with his knife reached up. Don't be dumb, friend. Birds sit on it all the time. I see no cats jumping on it. Beast. He taps his nose. Have other senses. Damn it. Listen, I was trying to get some money. Damn it. Fallen tree to the far south. I guess it was unavoidable for this to happen at one point or another. Too bad it's so far away from here. Would you like to help us with that, friend? A days of honest work. You come to the early hours. Still need to discuss with the tribe. I'll ask the stronger folks to travel with you to the tree. Split in blocks, get in wagons. You mentioned it's going to take an entire day. He agrees. And you'll get 5 dragon bones for it. Just come to me when you're healthy. And only if you already know what's on the route for here. At that point, we'll put a lot of trust in your guidance and protection. You're right, that's a lot. I can't help you much, but at least you deserve 1 bone right away for bringing me the message. Maybe buy some rations or a good rest. Actually, we also need at least 1 day to prepare ourselves. Hey, free dragon. I take a look at the dolmen. It's safe. I've heard it's small, but not that small. Not enough for a group. But maybe a lone traveler without a mount. Pick a dragon bone from the case, will you? I don't want to stop now. I grab a coin. Swarm of bugs. Okay, that's where I need the swarm of bugs. I think this is the one I started filling with rocks. Heard about bandits. He pretends there's no bandits in the north. Okay. Asterion. It's a weird question. You're the first Roadwarden I've seen. Well, this season, I think. Check the western villages. You'll get to Howler's Dell simply by staying on the road. His right hand, still holding a tool, is now squeezing his stomach gently. Shouty tools. They've been used for many years. Steel chisels. So you want to be an artist? Better. I want to turn pots, cups, weapons, cupboards, everyday stuff into things of beauty. What do you think of Everett? He doesn't trust me enough to tell me his brother. Gotcha. See you later. You follow the path between the fields, witnessing a one-sided conversation between old Hava and a barely adult man. She orders him around, pointing at various plants, criticizing the sight of weeds, and addressing the fancy clothes he's wearing. He observes his red-dyed boots and lets out a relieved sigh at your arrival. I better change, he mumbles, heading to the main square. Step out of his way. Truman spares you a wry glance and turns away, focused on the struggling vegetables. She's the only person in the village who wears clothes made of plant fabric, but they're weathered and covered in decadal patches. Her hands, clasped behind her back, are constantly twitching. I wait. After a minute, you realize her keen eyes are indeed observing the leaves instead of just disregarding your presence. She clears her throat and points at one of the carrots. Their color's good. Dark, but they're small. I think the soil's too dense. She's gathering her thoughts for another few breaths, then looks at you softly. I have time now, Roadwarden. What do you have for sale? We sold what we had. We're lacking hunters, and these. He looks at the wrinkled vegetables. Will go in a stew if they're even worth picking. Without noticing, she grabs her left forearm with her right hand, but doesn't stop the twitching. We always have fish trapped to spare, but we made them just in case. A large basket, put it in the creek, and wait a day or two, until something swims inside. I'll sell you one for 2 dragon bones. Would you rather eat something right away? She carries on after a short pause. Our cooks would spare you a roast goose. Grouse? Or chicken. It'll be cold but fresh. We always have one. You never know where there are maggots in your supplies, and kids shouldn't skip a meal. She asks you to tell her more, but her patience grows thin. It's the best light roast in the north. We add plenty of spices to it, so it spoils slowly, that's it. A roast chicken. I'm not buying that fucking chicken. Why don't you move your traps to Foggy's? What's it to you? She doesn't wait for your response. Does her yard look like it has space for nets? Okay. Earplugs. But will that work? They can break the skull with a deaf shell. Of a deaf shell. After you shrug, she looks for your farmers who's wearing mouflon for. Give me something good to eat, and I'll give you a few tufts of thick wool. Put them in your ears and wear that under a tight hood. Plus a few wild plants. You have the wool earbugs. She nods and orders the farmer to bring her a knife. We need more seeds anyways. Are you the only hunter? Of course not. There's, he takes a suspiciously long pause. 7 of us. Tribe's small, but we have enough food without daily trips. If we catch too much meat, it spoils, so it's better to let the animals feel safe. You try to change the topic, but the man suddenly looks around and lowers his wolf head. Well, there's just one issue. 3 of my friends left the village days ago. They haven't returned yet, but they should. Ella's growing worried. Why do you think the hunters aren't back? He walks around from time to time, looking at you with an open mouth, not sure how to start. He takes off his heavy cloak and looks you in the eyes. They left for a few days to seek and kill some big game. Each of them a different one. I'll bring them back for me to judge. His confident voice falters when he mentions his own part. The winner would have caught me the prey of the greatest size, rarity, utility, and of the greatest threat. He turns away and lowers the wolf mouth. Tell me more. They're hunters and fighters, but also close friends. If one of them is in trouble, the others would have done all they could to help. They've been a team for years, and we were planning to start a family. And we're planning to start a family this winter, you know? The last big adventure before Dahlia's belly locks her at home. He gives you quite a tale of her deeds. Dahlia is the bravest of them. With strong legs, she has simple ways and looks for beast. I'm reading a story. Yeah. Her hair is light, always tied in a single braid. Admon is a man who seeks paths and challenges. He believes that seeking knowledge in the peninsula will bring the tribe ways to survive hardships. He is smaller than the others, and knows more about dressing the wild game than any of us. His arms are small, but he often places traps. His hair is a bit darker than Dahlia's, but short, just like his beard. Is Oddmund the same kid that was good at traps in Howler's Dell? Vashel is not a man, but they were born with a prick. Great. And wears browns and greens to blend in with the trees. They hunt like a gargoyle, hiding in leaves, jumping at a creature when it gets too close. Because of that, they often roamed in the woods, even those that are far away from the village. Let's say I find them. Where should I tell them? Have you no shred of optimism? Maybe it's fine. Just tell them to come home. I have a hint that an honorable guest will be welcome there. He smiles at you for a moment. You think you see the wolf's head wink? Where should I start? I would have found them myself if I knew. Let the horse take you to other settlements. Ask there. This isn't a hunt, but a competition. The winner names their first child. I have heard their arguments, but wouldn't believe how hard it is to pick a name when you have 3 parents. One of the memories fades. You get serious again. But I can't disagree with you. It's the first time in many years since the tribesfolk have gone such a reckless trip. But I feared it may remind us why the peninsula is in a place for adventurers. That's all I can find anything. Have you heard of In Other Waters at all? This game's giving you the same vibes. I have not. I will write it down though. Yeah, if it's giving you the same vibes, like, I'm loving this. Does this rawhide belong to your tribe? He gives it a glance, throws it. I think so. After you describe where you found it, he reaches toward the wolf's head, but doesn't touch it. Me and the other hunters go to this place in the spring. He points to the hide. Eat before the hunt. Maybe you'll find a trail there. Something bad happened to Vashel. So you really don't know what happened? Just that their shell was in the woods? Any evidence? The earring. He observes for a few moments and lets out a sigh. So you did. They made this when they were a little kid. They told me that once they had a child, they would never wear such ugly things. Their words. He lowers his fist but looks towards the entrance to the village. I mean, it's not such a bad trinket. It's elegant. One bit of bad news isn't all, eh? Maybe the others are fine. Do the hunters hinder your job? No, they only get closer when they chase after wounded prey. So our woods stay mostly the same. It's the only wolf one of us has felled in the last 5 years. Okay, so they're not great hunters. They're hunters, but they don't... They can't hunt a lot. Not with both of them, but I'd rather hunt frogs than waste my time teaching them both not to trip over their own feet. He rubs his forehead of his wolf. He rubs the forehead of his wolf, not aware that you are waiting for him to tell you more. What? Surprised? Rastros barely knows how to catch a rabbit or sparrow. He's as much of a trapper as a child with a stick is a soldier. And Cassia is even worse. Big mouth, sure, but whenever we seek blades at Gale's rocks to help us catch big prey, she suddenly gets a headache. What about the road running through the heart of the forest? I know to avoid it. Blood there. Seeing that you're waiting for a longer tail, he adjusts his heavy cloak. You'll do better riding around it. The northern road is the safest. After you insist that any sort of guidance may be of use, he scratches the wolf's head. I heard from a friend that gnolls were moving there. It was small beast folk, you know. He moves an open hand and closes his hip, betraying the height. They threaten you until you give them some meat. That's all they eat. No fruits. I don't know bones. But it's the fright apes that scare me the most. There's an entire family of them. Trust me, if you ever hear a terrible scream of a human somewhere in the tree crowns, run as fast as you can. Don't seek it, and certainly don't fight it. Just run as fast as you can. Shallow Creek. The calming sounds of the waterfall. You observe the stream, clean as a spring. I need to clean. Too clean. There are no fish or plants to bother with you, and your feet find mud among the not always smooth pebbles. The water reaches above your waist, allowing you to have some fun and wash every spot of your shell. Have some fun. Thanks to the gentle flow, you are able to remove the mud stains of your clothes and boots. I step away. Let's see if we can stay here for the night. If you need a scrap of floor, go to the tavern. Interesting, so that's the end of that path. Okay. Back to Foggy Lake we go. There's a hint of a strange stench and fresh claw marks left on the ground. A large saurian entered and left the yard through the lake. The tavern's windows and doors are open, and a bunch of furs are spread over the fence. We're fighting bugs, says the shorter man when he sees your look. I approach. Black man in fur hears your steps. He nudges his companion, nods towards you. They put away the old noose traps where they were trying to fix, proper for hares and small birds. The tall one spreads his arms. A Roadwarden, I guess we're going to see each other a lot. I'm Elin. The short one here is Tzvi. The man in the black furs looks up, frowning. There's also the one-handed man you saw in the attic. Unlike the rest of the staff, he has an unkempt beard and warm clothes made of blue fabric, patches with scraps of flour sacks. He looks down to examine a trap, but his shoulders are slumped, eyes... Elin doesn't introduce him. Dan, nice to meet you. Elin smiles. Were you at Pell to the North yet, friend? How is Dalit doing? She kept the whole crew together. His voice gets drowsy. Her soul is young, but everyone listens when she speaks. She's always so bored, that one. His smile turns into a grin. Better say hi to her for us. Her boss was looking for hard drinks and healing potions. I wish you could have helped her. He glances to his companion, who's currently observing a column of ants running along the palisade. They were offering good prices, and she was really good at dice and told us so many monsters. Tzvi adjusts his black clothes. Our traps won't fix themselves. What brings you to us? Elin frowns at the interruption, but says nothing. Admund, Dahlia, and Vashel didn't return. Why would they? They don't waste our time. They don't best theirs. Elin's eyes are a bit warmer. Everyone already asked us. Wait, I heard one thing. Something about, yeah, they won't go north because of the dark magic in the tunnel. And it's smart of them, concludes Elin with a humble smile. Better than nothing, eh? There's skeletons. What's your plan? Could use some work. Glad to hear that. There's hardly any fruits left around here, even fewer mushrooms. Plan to do some bird catching. Hunt without killing. Maybe not today, but in 3 days? Maybe a bit later? How much you pay? I mean, it may be a scary trip, but it won't take long. Elin shrugs. Just show up here at noon or before. We'll be back in a few hours. You'll get 5 dragons. 2 if the bird dies. That's a good price for one afternoon, I can't leave my horse behind. Oh, wouldn't worry. Lady will take care of it. The one-handed man starts to object. The harsh shut up from his Tzvi makes him sigh. His shoulders sag. Elin goes on. He's a loony, but he would stumble out of his own feet on a trip. But he does what he needs when he's told to. When you know he won't steal it, he hates animals. We want to catch a runner. Raises his muscular arm and stops it maybe a foot above his head. Bring it here alive. We want it meat for later. Man with one hand interrupts him. His voice is weak, but disdain. Beasts ought to be dealt with, not tamed. Bonding with monsters only brings death. He has the accent of a city folk, same as yours. Oh, that's apparently my accent. Will bring us full bellies in the winter, squawks Tzvi. I'll be back in 3 days. Do so. Still need to prepare, so better do as well. Don't make us wait long. Let's not test the bird's patience. Have you met Erastos? They look We don't hunt all that much and catch birds so often. Why don't you try in the creeks? They won't be ready to start. Do you know Tulia? Maybe he abandoned it when he lost his hand. Oh wait, no. The other one had lost his hand. There's a fog in my soul. I was on the Eastern Road, hungry and sick, praying for the right to send beasts on me and save me from the pains of living. I remember the touch of fur and the breath on my neck, the claws spinning to me to the ground. I was waiting with my eyes closed. Then I woke up in the middle of the night, still feeling. I got back on my feet, walked until I reached the lights of this tavern, without so much as a bruise. Foggy may have no faith in her heart, but the right used her kindness to give me a second chance. Keelan frowns at the man's words, but there's cautiousness in his voice. He may be crazy, but it's true he came here after midnight, raving. Maybe the monsters don't like his scent? Has he forgot everything? He hides his stump in the palm of his hand and curls up. I've seen a dragon eating a tree, an ape that tore away the head of a monstrous cat, and a wolf without fur that was as quick as lightning. Now leave me alone, evil spirit, let my shame rest. He's shaking. Then a B.I. Just feet grunts at you. Nothing wrong about a man trying to forget. Keelan rubs his chin. Fruitless wolf friend. Heard about that one. Our tribesfolk saw it in the heart of the woods. Nasty beast. Let's hope it won't find a mate for breeding. Charges at you like a runner, then jumps right at your throat. He touches his neck, so even the hunters stay out of it. Too bad we have no crossbows. But it would avoid the deep woods. Well, I killed it! So, fucking there. I walk away. To the alchemy set. Okay, bugs. What do I need? Food rations. It's already too dark. I'm 15 minutes short. I'd like to eat. Buy something. She doesn't have rations. She only has fresh food. Spoke with Caius. Why did you decide to keep him around? Oh, do I need a reason? Her eyes look... Oh wait, she had an accent. Her amused eyes get thoughtful as she looks at the ceiling. He came here as poor as a soul and not in need. Taught only how to use a spear and a shield. I know how it feels to have all that you're good at taken away from you. She straightens up and hits her chest with her fist. But so I know that new paths await us, with or without the help of others. Caius's legs may be buried in despair, but I'm ready to throw him a shovel once he asks for it. He pauses. Wait, he? Is it she talking? Well, these fantasies of his won't help him ask anytime soon. They swallow his thoughts. I have some things I'm willing to part with. She doesn't want any of my stuff. Good night, Saren. Merry Christmas. Map. $1:15. How long does it take me to get here? Nah, can't make it. Sleep. I'll pay the fucking rent. Foggy's standing in the open door, letting the dense fog in, with her back lit by a lantern. She breathes slowly, her eyes are keenly observing the area. You notice it while you undress. One of your recent wounds is going to leave a mark. Oh, I can see one of where I got a long cut on my cheek. deep cut on my hand. Cut on my leg hurts with every step. The bruises on my stomach look like a night sky. Long cut on my cheek. I got a 6 scar. Listening to the grunts of an annoyed bumptious makes you feel uneasy, but at least the furs covering the floor help you relax. You don't even notice when it's already morning, and while the smell coming from the lower floor is not inviting, it's at least not you who has to take care of it. Go downstairs. Bug repellent. Fuck! I need food rations. Okay, maybe another time. Step away. Go outside. Travel. Let's go to the cabin first. I missed this because wolves were chasing us. Cabin has no window, but a stubborn beast could easily burst through one of the old thatch. A gust of wind doesn't move the door. Curious ibex observes you from the crag, but flees. I check the cabin. You tether bumptious. Its curious eyes are tracking the crickets that jump along the grass blades. You stretch your limbs, adjust your armor, and reach for the axe. Let's eavesdrop first. You sneak towards the door and crouch down. After maybe a minute, a quiet rattle comes from inside, something similar to the sound of cracking knuckles. You peek inside and just barely see a small part of a dusty room. A large spider web is spread among the knocked-down furniture. A spider looks at you from the center of the web. Its shell larger than your head, and its thin legs are longer than your arms. Its countless hair blend in with the wall. They're brown and gray cream. What do you do? Let me think. Light on fire! Okay. Swing axe. Okay. Say hello. Make love to spider. Burn. Kiss. Axe. You rush forward and the spider skitters off, shaking the entire web. You fail to avoid its spit. Sticky ooze hits your eyes, covering them like glued cloth. Which one's better? I'm assuming that means it's on, so I shouldn't touch the beast, right? Clean my eyes. I died. Avoid. Torch. Fire. Oh. Throw fish. Oh. Cool. Fish. Cover eyes. Attack. You cut the air at knee height, but somehow the creature reaches your side. Your calf gets pierced by a sharp spear leg. Your heart beats faster. Yet you keep control of your limbs and remain standing. The next swings, the sack of flesh smacks the floor and clicks in agony. You hear only your own heart and the chirping of insects. Getting sweaty. Your eyelids can't blink. You drop the exit floor, then sit on the threshold blindly. I think I act quickly. The saliva clings tightly to your skin. You rip it off, suffering every pull, but the results come quick. You slow down when you get to your eyelids. You're grateful of your reflexes, or at least you still have eyes. You get to see the light slowly, then the shapes, then the thing that turns out to be gray and white. You stand up and look around. The room is covered with a thick layer of dust. Getting through the web could be risky. A single thread won't stop you, but a bunch of them could grapple you for good. Something interesting could be in the thick web. I spent an hour searching it. You bring a twig from outside and use it as a spool. You don't have much practice, and wearing the gloves makes this necessary gesture even more awkward. You notice maybe a dozen defenseless spiderlings. They flee towards the exit. With their speed limited by their tiny legs, they're smaller than a finger. Let them live. Search the building. The chest hides a few old water skins and edible stale rations. Among them, you find 2 quails for a quashbow. A quail was for a quashbow. Bones have no obvious owner, but judging their age and lack of skull or human-like hands, you doubt they could have been awoken by the fongs. All the mugs are empty. Okay. Let's, meadow turns into barren hills and mountains barely covered by grass and bushes. Maybe the riding ivexes of the clanspeople from the growing mountains would get through such a barrier. Oh. The road leads you downhill to the edge of the lake. The clearing around the dwelling is quiet, with no crickets, flies, or even toads. The grass is not even knee-high. There are no signs of wharf or boats. The wall wasn't coated and has already been bitten by winds and rains. Right next to the gate, a gargoyle, or stone look-alike, kneels on a slab. It's dark purple, almost black, with yellow pointy teeth. Through its half-open mouth has no tongue. The creature doesn't move an inch. The eyes have been replaced by crystals, red like currant juice. Anyone home? Your voice is welcomed by the screeching of dozens of avian throats. They take off in the wall, heading towards the lake. After a few breaths, the eyes of the gargoyle go brother. What's with all the ape shouts? You lost? The words are coming from the monster's mouth, though it remains still. Stand in front of this. Stand in front of me. I want to see your mug. The drawling voice belongs to a woman, but is lined with unnatural creaking. The eyes don't rotate nor blink. I hope you're having a great day. I'm Dan, the new Roadwarden. I see. Short pause. I don't leave my house often, but I may have a job for a traveler. You know who I am, right? No, I'm just looking around. So you lost your way, and now you're wasting my time. Long pause. I'm Eudocia, the only enchantress you find in this land. You're disturbing my work. I don't see people in the middle of the day. Return in the early morning or the first few hours of dusk, if you have to. Best don't bother me at all. The monster's eyes begin to darken. The mountain's ready to ride away. It's getting colder, but finally the monster's eyes glow red. Go inside, I'll be with you soon. Man, that was my whole fucking day. One day, such instincts are gonna save my life. The gate violently opens and rebounds with a loud thud, almost closing again. The creature in front of you is made of floating rocks that appear to be connected, though it's just an illusion. Take a twist and bend in every direction. The eyeless sentinel faces you blankly. You've seen other golems in Haviland, endlessly helping with bothersome tasks, but you have no idea what makes them move. Oh, it lowers its head rotates following your steps, but other than that, it's motionless as a statue. Enter. Just large enough for a golem, the building's whitewashed, but the lime is aged and damaged. I wonder. City standards, the place is spacious, except for a few more houses. The walls are far from safe. Any large monster could burst inside, and the house seems to have no other protection. Finally, a leaf of the door opens. The woman's tall and stands upright, with her arms crossed and legs apart. She's more than 30, with her face touched by a lack of sleep. She gives you a long look, observing your blade, hands, boots, forehead, everything but your eyes. I greet ye. Without the distortion called by the gargoyle, her strong voice isn't as disquieting. You're free to look around, but you won't find much. I don't hoard treasures, I make them. Give her a better look. She's wearing a long, ragged robe, covered in stains. It used to be blue, but now it's unevenly pale. She's barefoot, with skin covered in dust and dirt. Her dark hair was recently washed, but it's untidily spread on her shoulders, back, and chest. She wears no jewelry, belt, or buckles. I'm glad you have a moment to spare. I won't bother you for long. She looks at the ground and draws out her words. I sure hope not. I'm not interested in chatter. If you need to bother me, speak in the tongue of dragons and barter. I don't serve stew, I don't offer baths. If you come here, I better get aught from you. She walks past you and cocks her head towards the golem who let you in. It turns around and shuts the gate. Good that you came at such an hour. Keep it up in the future. If you ever come here in the middle of the day, you'll stand outside looking at doors like an ibex. We don't need more salutations, so her voice remains cold. Why are you here? I'm looking for Asterion, previous wardroom. Nah, he's not here. Not even a mouse in my shed. She meets your eyes. Gray irises remain absent. Aught else? Sure, you filled some arrows with Numa before. Any idea where this is from? Sure, the one you found in the fallen tree. Why, you tracing a murderer? She smirks and then grabs the arrow and takes a quick look. Black and orange. I don't know much about wood, but I recognize these feathers. People of Gale Rock breed such pheasants. She gives it back. To the far north, close to the coast. A few hunters recently left the creeks. Have you met them? Admon, he was right here, all right. Asked me the lands east and the stone bridge. Couldn't help him much. Those lands are better left to... She waves it off. Old Pagos is facing a grave plague. Come again? While you describe the symptoms, she starts to fidget and finally interrupts you. Cut it. Have you heard about Eudalia and Irenaeus? They're about 50, 55, a mason and sculptor. Her eyes are getting bad. He has the limp. I never entered. She rubs her arm above her elbows as if to warm herself. If you ever ride there again, ask around, please. I need to know. Can you fill an item line with Numa? It's not how it works. She points at her golems. Her nails are short and clean, her hands are soft. I work all the time, but each item takes me days, sometimes a full season. The tribes bring me things to enchant in the early spring, and collect them a year later. I've got to... She blinks a few times, not sure what to say. Her gray eyes widen. Imagine stuff. It takes great focus. You mentioned that you generously ward her, but she only shrugs. You don't plant, you don't build. I won't eat dragon bones. For now, do your warden duties and come by at the end of autumn. Maybe I'll have time to get something done for you after it thaws. I'll think about it. Do you have anything interesting to sell? I'm not a trader. I do the stuff that people ask me about, and they're not for sale. She glances at the house and then towards the pocket at her hips. There's but one tool I'm willing to part with. For 11 bones, it's spellcasters only. She reaches out to you. On her open palm, you see a flat pebble, bluish, in no way unusual. You put it in your mouth and press it to your palate. No chewing. If you're a sorcerer, it will store your Numa. You don't want to do that. She grabs the end of her hair. It will boil your blood and rip your skin apart. Each shell is like a bottle for Numa. It has its limits. found a barren field that might be affected by the curse. Do you have anything I could use to see if I'm right? A cursed field? Where do you find this stuff? As you explained briefly, she observed her boots. I know the place, but... She steps away and approaches the garden patch by her house. She observes it for a moment, kneels down, paying no attention to her robe, and reaches for a wooden spade. What she digs out looks like a tree sapling with 2 leaves that are as large... Looks like a tree sapling with 2 leaves that are as large as a hand and as thin elastic stalk. It's shorter than your head. Would you look at that? It's still green. Give me 2 dragons and I'll put it in a bag with soil. How does it work? Well, you plant it, of course. Wait half an hour, see if it grows an inch. She frowns and raises the plant to her eyes. Forget it. If it bursts into bloom, the soil is enchanted. If it withers, it's cursed. Stays the same, no pneuma. Just be careful when you do. It loves fogs. So it's a plant that grows by magic. Yes, and it costs 2 dragons. Here are the dragons. She lets out a satisfied grunt. Have you been to the shortcut? Only once, and it's not good memory. Her brief tale is rather vague. She once had her golems used to travel to the other side, seeking a remedy for her stomachache. The beasts were afraid of the noise they make. She points at the massive stone legs, but the monkeys in the far were too dumb for even that. They kept throwing things at us, even poop. She pauses, making a disgusted grimace. Couldn't reach them or scare them away. You ask what happened, but she crosses her arms. I was told it's better to ignore them. Let them get used to one sight. But my stomach was better already, so we just took the long way back. Not really. I don't know how I do this stuff. As a kid, I put pneuma into toys. I made Earth and Sparrow fly. Gave my whistle a tune without being blown. Practiced for years, but by doing, not by understanding. How do you make one? Is it for sale? Do they talk? Why do you live so far from a village? Fine. Look for a job? I got some stuff that I could use a hand. You up for some danger if it comes for it? You know, and ask what sort of creature's bothering her. Nah, I mean riding and climbing. If you can do it without grabbing that axe of yours, fine. Now give me a moment. After a minute, she shows up with a large sack filled with rods made of smooth, clean bronze. Here's the gist of it. I need you to go to 8 spots across the peninsula. High buildings, trees, mountainsides. I don't really travel much, so I can't hold your hand. I need one of them in the White Marshes, in the wetlands far west of here. Other than that, you need to keep your eyes open. She takes one of the rods. Once you reach a good spot, place one of these as high as you can. I'll pay you in dragons, 2 for each one. Place at least 4 before you come see me. I need as many of them out there as possible. So far so good. What are they for? Well, there's magic in them. As you can imagine, you weigh a rod. Ooh, excuse me. You weigh a rod in your hand. Even though it's more than 2 feet long, it's light, empty inside. You could bend it on your knee. The bag also contains a long hemp cord and a scrap of cloth. If I were to send my golems away, let's say a mile or 2 from here, they'd stop moving at all, waiting for me to show up. She approaches the nearest sentinel and touches its chest. They carry similar rods inside. So the plan is to give my orders better range, so to speak. I'm tired of depending on hirelings, especially since they no longer stop by. She leans against the golem with her arms crossed. Questions? How much time do I have? Don't worry about it. Let's say before the leaves turn yellow. We have a deal. Great, just don't die on the road. This brawn cost me many favors. And be sure to leave one of the rods in White Marshes. What's with the gargoyle? Can't an enchantress show off her trophy? My sentinels took it down years ago. Tribe of Old Pagos is fond of statues, so I have my own. Like in the old days, long before monks came to the north. Seeing your puzzled look, she twirls her hair. A dead gargoyle on the road or by a village gate was meant to scare off evil spirits. I don't know about that, but it's a sight sure taught by local beast who we're dealing with. It says sight sure taught the local beast who they're dealing with. Bandits, they bother you? Okay. How much time I got? Fucking not a lot. Pelt to the north. Pelt to the north. We need to buy shit. Any leftovers? Show me your wares. Three. Village was stricken with a plague. He sighs and puts a muscled arm on his head, then asks about the state of the village. I was planning to get in touch with those stonecutters. Thanks for bringing me the news. Let's hope they can make it till spring. Have anything you like to buy? Deal. Oh, shit. Admon, Dahlia, and Vashel. We know one of them's already dead, but I'd like to ask. 3 hunters. Admon, Dahlia, and Vashel. They're missing. Let's ask about Foggy. You mean Foggy the Tavern Keeper, I assume? You find on the North Road, far from here. Truth be told, I don't know much about her. Tavern and inn owners don't have many opportunities to see each other. She's a fun one. Drinks a lot, makes feasts, ain't as scared as beast as people. Looks like there's a good coin to be made in her scrap of the peninsula. Who would have guessed? Maybe she has a nose for coins. Doom, 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 doom. You lose your sense if you lie down in the middle of the warm, stuffy night. You're entangled by dreams. Once I realize I'm in power, I do what I best to enjoy. I fly, defeat dragons, eat and drink whatever I want. I wouldn't dare disturb the natural flow of dreams. I accept them as they are. No matter how much I try, my nightmares interfere with even the most joyful dreams. I try to break free of this state, thinking all the things I meant to do tonight. When I wake up, I'm still not sure if I did anything at all. Small room is quiet. Any leftovers? No. Okay. Eat. 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 Go outside. Approach guards. Throw some dice. I lost a coin. Vashel, Dali, and Admon. Sure, he's a nice guy. Well, maybe I want to say nice, but there's charm to his vigor. I met Aelin. He says hi. She looks up, twirling her hair. Sorry, who? Foggy's son. She gives you a beaming smile. Oh, so that's his name. His accent's so thick, I kind of misheard it. Forgive me. How's he doing? You gossip about the man and his companion. A couple of the hunters join you in conversation, asking about the Eastern Road, the tavern, traveling in general. A good couple of minutes is spent on discussing fashion and creeks. Some of the hunters regret not being used to wearing leathers and fur, while others are convinced that linen's more convenient. And if you're cold, just put on a cloak, says the woman with a bandage on her neck. After some time, the guards walk away, leaving with Dalit and the napping boar. Did you know there are undead that use light? Kind of? She gives you an unconvinced smile. I know they grow kind of human-like the older they get, so I don't think they need light, they just want it. Kind of like they put on clothes and take trinkets from those they kill. That's cool. I walk AV. Okay. We got the ointment, so we can pass through there. So let's go to Howler's Dell. We gossip for a bit. 15 minutes. The tailor. Would you like to buy it? I do. What do you want? Dragon rings or a better jacket? I ask her for the details. She loses more of her patience with every breath. 10 rings for the thread, or give me 2 hours now and I'll put some of it here. She vaguely points bits of your capes and make it stronger, easier to wear. I think I should go for the dragons. Because I think I want to buy better clothes, and then me repairing these clothes will be pointless. Long pause. I guess you deserve a brief answer. You're a good client. She looks at your forehead. You'd be better at carving toys, not box traps. She looks away. Let's talk about fancy clothes. Oh, see, it's like, this is what I want. Worth 20. Eva, he was more than once he did. He did not leave much behind. Smelly hoarder. Do you remember what blade it was? Sure, it was a special one, sickle sword, with a tip wider than 'twas the grip. Long as the fingertips, shoulder to shoulder. Any sword, any knife, single edge, bought his own steel to melt for it. Or for cutting bushes, creepers, roots. It'll fell a tree, but it's a fine tool. He nods as to a passerby, but his smile disappears as quickly as it's shown up. Pathfinders use it. Papa had to use one as well. He chopped nuts with it. Nuts and mouflons. Do you have any issues with Erastos? What do you mean? You broke something again? And what now? Does he want me to pay you back? Tell him to fix it on his own or grab him and drag him here. I bring goods to sell. I can sell the golem rods, that's mean. a new axe. Keep them in the hall. If you're doing for spending, I also have something special. Just give me a minute. He goes upstairs. This is a teeth set. Before he starts to show you, he opens up the box, realizing he meant teeth cleaning. See? Points at 3 different compartments. Salt, cloves, and mint. Mix whatever you want here. The 4th holds a small pestle. Here are the twigs you'll need. They'll last for months. Seeing you're not convinced, takes a deep breath. Well, we don't let any outsiders bathe in our creek, but give me 2 dragons, and I'll ask my kids to get you in shape. You get a tub with soap and rose oil. And wash your clothes in water. I'll cook you something nice, as much as you can eat. Show me the rations first. I feel like I should buy the teeth cleaning set. I don't know why. I just feel like it's like maybe it's really good for my appearance. I'm gonna buy both. Someone dreams of a healthier smile. He rubs his hands. But before, I got hazelnut twigs in the sheath, but you can replace them in time. What taste are you looking for? Hazelnut's fine. Food and bath. Hey, where's my fucking... Where's my teeth cleaning? What do we got? 9 hours? Let's go here. Time to test the ointment. You apply a thin layer of balm to your own skin as well as a few spread out spots on bumches. You hope the smell won't stay for long. Carry on. Its swarm notices you right away, gliding at you like a dark boulder, but before you collide, it shatters, forming a tunnel in the middle. Hell yeah. Most of your time, you're surrounded by yellow meadows. The trees on your left get sparser, while a few lonely birches on your right still bear the signs of tapping. Marked with knife cuts, tied with cords. Some of them still carry wooden vessels, as they were simply abandoned, maybe last spring, maybe before that. A few of the trees are already dried out, and the winds managed to knock them down. As you get closer to the crossroads, the ground gets muddy. The beaten paths avoid the wetlands as much as it can. The screeches and hisses mix with the buzzing of insects. And as you reach a small pond, there are signs of blood on its bank. The air is moist and heavy and has a hint of rotting meat. Trees and bushes are sparse, growing from the barren grassland. Some of the bare late summer fruits. A group of wayfarers is spread around the broken signposts and a barren cart. They're skinny and healthy and standing upright. They're wearing humble, dim gamsons atop their hemp tunics and pants, all of them worn, in some cases undyed, while others look dark green and brown. 4 of these individuals wear cloaks and are armed with spears, bows, and stone maces. On their necks, wrists, and belts, you spot talismans, fangs, bones, wooden teeth, leather straps. There's also a 5th figure, standing a bit in the back, with lowered shoulders. Unlike the others, they're hooded, in such a manner that you doubt they could see anything other than their own boots. Their clothes, though shabby and torn, your eyes mostly run to their club, a bow as long as the owner is tall, and as thick as a leg, resting on one end of the ground. You get closer, and the person raises the weapon just one arm, but another traveler gestures for them to stop, and they do so right away, freezing in place. Saying the sound. The man behind the gesture doesn't approach you, just nods. Safe travels, stranger. May still be time for the evening, but bogs aren't safe. Better keep moving, you'll find an inn. You try to digest his thick accent. He's broad-shouldered with a large belly, but the scars on his face sculpt an image of someone who's earned their share of food with many skirmishes. He doesn't reach for his weapon and pushes one of his companions closer to the cart. She kneels by an empty box and looks inside it. I think they are highwaymen. I'm just gonna say greetings. Can I say time to loaf? Your questions asked. Be quick. Don't put us to sleep. Is this your cart? In a way, my neighbors. You hear one of the women proudly claiming that it belongs to her uncle, but the man doesn't allow you to dig into the topic. We used to carry wood and plants from here to the village, but eventually there's nothing to carry. It was left for another day. It's just trash now. Thought that fucking bug is in my ear. Saw an abandoned wagon on the opposite side of the peninsula. I thought it might be connected. Missing hunters. Be seeker on that dumb bet. She was at our home. Dahlia. She corrects him. God's name for you. Hear that, stranger? She asked us on howlers. Spent one night in her hut. Said she'll go north. You from around here? No clue. White Marshes, just there. He looks at the crossroads leading east. An old place. Plenty of stories there. They rarely reach the ears of strangers, especially these days. Look for a place to trade. We don't welcome any travelers, nor hope to see more of them. Especially adventurers. And we need the lumber we cut. He frowns. We verbs, I guess. What can he bring? Odds and ends, trinkets, herbs. He pretends to yawn. We pick it what we make, and when we get nice it's long, we no need for peddlers, at least since. We lack iron, steel, bronze. Bring those, we'll welcome you. I'm gonna spend a few minutes foraging for plants. Oh, at the top of the hill you reach a stone wall, a quiet place with no smoke coming from behind it. You look inside and see a glimpse of a peaceful ruin. While the main road's beaten and easy for hooves to trod, the destroyed gate and remains of the front yard have been reclaimed by the short grasses. Enter. Hamlet could be a hunter's shelter, a military outpost, or a storehouse for traders, but you spot no fresh human trails. The damaged door and gate are years old, soggy, moldy, and judging by the squirrels, birds, and animal feces you see in the grass, this place is but part of the wilderness. The roof is collapsed a few years back, turning into food for mushrooms. Go behind the building. Oh shit. The chaos sparks right after you approach the tree stump. The dusk fox's growl sound like a mix of obnoxious bird and an infant. One of the animals standing only a few feet away from you is jumping and showcasing its tiny sharp teeth and raccoon-like black mask on its little head. The animal, with its thick brownish gray fur, seems stout, more stout than any red fox. The second loud creature jumps up to the table made of hab trunk. Unlike the first one, it has a brighter golden fur. It bends one of its 4 legs, observing you with dark eyes. Not furious nor scared, rather sad and protective. Its growl turns into a miserable whine. The beasts aren't even waist high, but their number may be an issue. Are they protecting their young? I have enough time to judge the situation clearly. You take a quick glance and memorize your surroundings. There's 3 large creatures in your proximity. The third one is right behind you, and while loud, it's lumbering on its paws. The noises from the bushes belong to little pups, mostly likely harmless, but they're doing their best to imitate their guardians. Your sharp senses allow you to react right away. You pass the weaker fox and run towards your belongings, encouraging the beast to chase you all the way to the gate as they growl with determination. For now, they stay in the shelter, filled with pride. What if we just do a little quick save? My axe is enough. With the axe in hand, you enter the hamlet. The dusk fox react right away, seeking new positions as they try to keep you in your front yard. The lumbering beast is running to your right, clinging to the wall, hoping to repeat its attack from behind. Golden One jumps up on the tree stump. The last one, which seems to be the bravest, remains in constant movement, pretending to attack you, then moving back. The pups stay far behind, relying on their protectors. The brave fox is nimble, but with your precise, powerful swing, it's quick enough to land. The whining beast moves away, leaving a trail of blood behind it. The weakest creature approaches your leg while you're getting hit by the golden critter clinging to your armored shoulder with its claw and reaching for your neck. You're conscious enough to grab it and throw it away, making it hit the wall with an unpleasant thud. Your blood remains cold. The pain scares away the 2 stronger foxes, and the third one's unwilling to attack you without assistance. You raise your blade, and they wait no longer. The stronger 2 run for the pups, grab them by their necks, keep their distance, carry them into a hole in the wall near the bare tree. They get through with confident jumps. Before the lumbering one disappears in the wilderness, it gives the packed shelter one last glance. I want to look around. Hole. Tree stump. Table. Coin. Enter the building. It's a simple chamber with no furniture that would explain its purpose. Fireplace is buried beneath the roof. You inspect the walls made of hundreds of small rocks dressed with chisel. The trash is heavy from the moisture. You push it with your boot, which starts a commotion among gray, disorienting bugs. Removing the rubber will take some effort, but for now it doesn't look like there's anything of value left behind. With enough wood, a group of builders could restore this hamlet in just a few days. Yeah, I'll do it. The task involves a lot of dirt, and you disturb whole armies of ants, worms, and bugs in all shapes of colors, which are feasting on wood, thatch, and mushrooms, animal droppings, one another. If there were smaller pieces of the roof over the wall, pull the larger ones through the main entrance. In your current condition, the work is rather exhausting. You need to take a break. After 2 hours or so, you saw there was You saw all there is to be found. The wood is beyond usage. There's also no unpleasant surprises covered with dirt. There were some scraps of bone, cloths, and leather among the rubble, as well as a broken club. The only thing you found of value was 2 dragon bones. Okay, we got a foggy lake. I want the bug repellent. Better get to foraging. How much time we got? 1. I can't make it. Let's see if we... I can't see it creeks. Ah, fuck. How about the ruins? The wood stands strong. Thinks about your brief tale and looks inside of the wound case. I admit, restoring this place away might be a waste of time. We may need your help with it. I'll give you 1 dragon for the news and another 2 for handling the foxes. Fair? When you have a day to spare, come here any morning. Ask our tribesfolk about a job for a Roadwarden unless it rains. Get 2 dragons, enough stew to fill your belly in a day of patrolling. Maybe. There's a big spider at Hunter's cabin. It's gone. I could have died in its trap. After a few breaths, he frowns. Spiders aren't that much of a threat, Roadwarden. Even crawl into our houses from time to time. You say that because you haven't seen it. We'll see. Okay. Traveling at night. Oh boy. At least it heals me 1. There are many stories about the moon's origins and purpose. They're older than the doctrines known as the cities. These legends are shared not by religions, but rather by tribes, as they're part of a deeper conviction. Something spread through their milk of the mothers and wet nurses, or through the whispers of the trees and winds. Moon is a powerful spirit that watches and guides humankind when we have no sun to protect us. That's why we call it the Eye. Its center, the Eye. It's a large rock that will one day fall from the sky and crush everything that's alive. For some reason, it controls the weather, gathers weak clouds like a shepherd, and shapes the tides. It's a home of strange animals. They're different, but as bright as humans. Sometimes visit the land. Okay, so inventory. We've got the sapling. We've got the bug repellent. Time for me to go. So, Caius, your boss told me you have some sort of visions. Allow him. You rest on your shoulders. It rests on your shoulders like a bird. Your nose tells you that it hasn't washed in quite a few days. Right here's the prayers of all people. I mean, of the 10 cities, all the tribes and the empress, the priest and merchant, farmers. We thought things were lost, the glory behind us, punished by humiliation for our weak hearts. He starts to shake his stump of a foot away from your face. But there's hope. His voice grows stronger with every heartbeat, and a wide smile shows under his beard. The right's test is behind us, and we, the sinners, have failed it. It was the days of atonement, and for the new cities, the new tribes, and the cleansed land. We, you know, have to fix ourselves. Change what we can, weed out our sin, and bring fresh hearts to the holiest soul carrier, and let them guide us anew, with new tablets and prayers, and a new church. The only church, yes. He steps in place, bursting with excitement. All the rivers flow from one wave, and the new cities, the reborn city, will wipe out the barbarians. He spits on the ground. And send them back to their chains. He points his hand south. We will come through the ashes, reborn into a power greater than any fortress, then 1,000 dragons, then all the ships and armies. He steps back, lowering his head. I, the humble servant, was granted this vision. Nod, I see. I could do this. I have everything. Let's fuck it. Let's hunt. We're going after a big bird, chat. With no armor. The brook carries down lakes and branches in the hills, sending them into the lake. Leaves and branches, I can read. The statue stands in all its glory, observing the road and all who use it. There's still a coin in the wooden bowl. Someone put another coin in the bowl? I want the coin. Sort of in our home. What do you say, Chipson? You have such things in Haviland by the roads. Carrying your belongings by its own is surprisingly tiring. Makes every noises. Before the war. Makes a satisfied grin. The war has ruined everything, hasn't it? All the monuments, palaces, temples, and slave owners. Poor, poor northerners. After a short chuckle, the larger man goes on. What sort of statues used to be there? Here's the right tablets, local champions, famous adventurers. People pay sculptors to honor themselves. Important event happen. I like that one. How about you put those dragons into buildings for the families of those champions, or taking care of the old folks or the adventurers? But they're not as important as Cold Rock on a half-forgotten road. It was me who forgot rid of those bushes, you know. I thought it was a beast that ate the leaves. There's no paw prints around, I don't think anyone on the coast is going to kneel before it, adds the larger man. Well, I guess it's a nicer look now. You know what this is? Nah. It's old and the woman's a stranger. Heard no stories of it. My ma could. Tea's good. I'm going to say it. A large bird at the edge of the horizon, which freezes the middle of his step and turns its orange head your direction. See? Time to get greedy. What's the plan? Well, avoid the beak, and the legs, and the trample. He pauses, inspecting the loop at the end of his rope. And don't hurt it if you don't have to. We don't want it to be a bother. Sisvi jauntily drops his belongings in the middle of the road and jumps in place, rhythmically beating. After he takes off his black cloak, he reveals a set of fancy clothes made from black leather. Clothes of a sneaky adventurer. It changes like a moron. It charges like a moron. Be nimble, that's all. 1 or 2 ropes around the neck and we're halfway home. Don't let it pass you, aye? Should I also take a rope? I don't know, friend. Roping isn't easy. It's taller than Bumptious. Both wide-breasted and long, thick, partially feathered legs that could easily trample your chest. Its thighs are thick and powerful. The pointy beak could swallow your entire forearm. Your steps are getting slower. Look around nervously. Are they foragers in position? I need to calm myself down. How's it going? Can you just maybe wait patiently in place so my companions can nicely tie you up? Beat my chest. Look around. Focus. I'm going to focus on my breath. Put your right hand on your chest, noting it's rising and falling. The air moves through your nose. You can't take your eyes away from the creature's overwhelming presence, but as your breath remains deep and slow, you don't feel afraid, just ready to defend yourself. Soon the bird is surrounded by your group, and the pond behind it blocks its path of escape. Once it realizes that, it speeds up, charging a direction. I take a good look. Tall and wide, with a massive head. Its feathers are torn by the wind. They are vividly brown, white, and creamy, longer than your head span. Hand span, coating the creature like a cape. Its steps are heavy and deliberate. The neck, as long as the limb, keeps moving around, sometimes staring at you, but with a single black pupil surrounding it by deep orange. The light gray beak resembles the leaves of the local plants. The tip is curved and pointy, in no way smooth. It carries dozens of grooves, maybe a sign of old age, or maybe a trace of hundreds of hunts. I try to find its weak spot. It's just a huge duck. It waits no more. It raises its head and makes a long, piercing screech which fills the entire valley. The feathers on its neck are shaking but also waving, moved by the muscles. It then flaps its wings and lunges forward, still shouting, charging at you with full force. I keep my distance and dodge when necessary. The giant feet are pounding the ground with every leap scuffing up clouds of leaves and sand. It lowers its long neck, pointing at you like one would with a spear. You do your best to find balance between running to safety, jumping away from the beak, and staying close to hold the bird's attention. Its reflexes are so quick that you can't imagine doing all this while also trying to strike back. Yet the creature doesn't find a way to land a hit, and observes you with respect. It turns around but stops in place when it sees your companions. It looks at you again, preparing for the next charge. I hold my ground, make a quick dodge, then grapple the bird. You wait to duck at the very last moment. In the blink of an eye, you show up at the beast's side, pressing your shell into its large chest. Too large for you to wrap your arms around. You try to avoid the massive legs, but the monster turns out to be as confused as you, making an angry screech and trying to shake you off. The feathers are scratching your cheeks and getting in your mouth. Once the bird gets rid of you, it runs east, not aware that it only helps your companions. Dodge when necessary. You do your best to find a balance. Finally, you're lucky. The creature doesn't find a way to land a hit and observes you with respect. That's when the loop lands on its neck, tightening quickly, and Sisvi shouts tearfully. The bird remains silent, maybe already out of breath. But then it dashes forward, so fast you can't help but step back. It either doesn't understand the danger involved in moving in its situation, or doesn't care about it. It runs forward, trying to flee, makes 5 jumps. Then you hear Elon swear. Without looking, you know he let go of the rope. I don't know if it's better to roll or just go with the like guaranteed thing. I'm gonna try the roll. You get in the bird's way without putting yourself at risk. It nimbly avoids you, but you manage to grab its wing. You both stagger, then land to the ground, trying to both get up and stay away from each other. It's too late for the creature. The rope around its neck gets pulled, sending it to the ground again. After Sispy ropes it with yet another rope, the battle is over. The bird keeps trying to find a way out, but with little luck. Once it regains a bit of strength, it charges at you, but after just 2 leaps, it gets stopped by the second rope. It regains its voice, screeching at its tormentors, but there's something more hidden behind its previous threats and anger. Maybe pain, maybe contempt. A damn good job, thunders Elon, starting to laugh. You were jumping around like a monkey, got some legs. Shag me, I missed my throw of my rope, adds Tisby Loudy, gasping for breath after a long run. So we keep smiling with pride. At least the second try worked out. That bird is damn ours, so that's all that matters, eh? Good teamwork. Aye, you deserve your coins. Doesn't pull out any dragons. Let's move on. The sooner we get back, the better. We caught bird. Acquired bird. Every few minutes, the runner tries to get away, and even though it's exhausted, you have to move slowly, paying attention to its steps. The foragers seem to know what they're doing, and at no point you feel threatened. Keep looking around, but the other beasts seem to stay away. At one point, you notice a blue wolf among the shorter grasses, but it only observes you in silence. Standing on its paws as ready to run away. Your anxious companions fall quiet, but you keep moving forward. In the middle of your journey, you think about Bumptious. During your stroll, everything seems taller, and the creatures you pass by feel more real, as if they are no longer just shadows for you to leave behind. The road without it feels lonely. I miss Bumptious. Foggy observes you from the top of the stairs with a hand resting on her shoulder. Well done, dears, she grits at the side of the runner. Tether close to the water, love. Oh wait, tether close to the water, love. She looks at you. Be nice and head to the creeks today or tomorrow, will you? Tell Efren we're coming. I'll give you a bone for the message. She glances at the man with one hand, and he scoffs at the beast. Before she answers the door, she smiles at her son. Once you're done, wash your hands and come for dinner. Tell me everything. Tethering the creature to the beam takes you a few minutes. Elon's gasping for air, leaning on his knees while Tisby keeps his posture straight. His red face betrays him. Well, says the tall man, Heavy Dragon's here. Thanks for your work, friend. The ring-shaped bones are covered in his sweat. Bumptious is napping. Where were the cursed grounds? Where did I see that? I'm assuming that's the ruins. Unless it's talking about the beholder. It's either the beholder or the ruins, but I think it's the beholder. So I don't think anything else gave me that like kind of prompt. Was it straight up D&D? No, it's just kind of like a fantasy RPG, but text based. Like my stats are health, food, armor, appearance. Like if I smell, and then this is my bonus because I am a alchemist as my class. There was like 3 or 4 classes to choose from. Okay, so let's go to Creeks. Elon and Efren are at the bridge discussing something. I have good news. I helped the boys from Foggy's catch a large bird that will soon be brought here. Boy, try to stay on the point. Efren's full of energy. He asks about every detail. From the animal's size to the way it acted in combat, your brief answers are met with shouts echoed by the silent bounces of the wolf's head. It was a brave venture. Glad they didn't try it without you. Hilo gestures for the hunter to drop it. Thanks for giving us time to prepare. We did good. Prepare the animal pen. Then invite you to follow him to his working station. I want to discuss the issue of the enchanter's odd. You should know by now I can be trusted. Put it in the watchtower. There aren't many birds that would steal it. Yeah, I got them to put the rod in place. I'm sure she's gonna fucking like take advantage of it and like everyone's gonna get murdered. It's gonna be great. Fish trap. Shit, do I still have I think I still have my fish trap. Yes, I do. I didn't put it anywhere. Okay. Farewell. Let's travel. I think this is the way to White Marshes. I'm gonna go to the statue of the woman. Wash my shell. Step away. Spend some time setting up the trap. Eight hours. Okay, let's go to the abandoned watchtower. We have the bug repellent. Spend half an hour forging. I'm going to do that. Squirrels need them more. Enter the tower. Following the clue from Old Pagos, I look for anything Asterian. I'm going to spread the bug pellet pound. You open the jar, releasing pleasant herbal sweetness. You take a stick and use it like a brush, spreading it near the larger pieces of furniture. You found something unusual in your space between one of the pallets and the wall. An old, molding wax tablet. There are some writings. For now, you put it in your bag. In less than half an hour, you already see roaches either lie still or kick their legs desperately while on their back. Open the trapdoor and leave the bronze door on the roof. Enter the tower. No. Inventory. Where's that wax tablet? Okay. Let's see, where else am I supposed to put, these rods? One in White Marshes. High points all across the peninsula. What's my time? 5:15. Check out the fallen tree. No, nothing here. Spend an hour or so cleaning the path. Place the boot on the small edge, rather one of the holes, then stretch your leg towards another spot. Your hand finds no rock, so you can cling to the wall. After the second step, you manage to get a bit higher. Once you straighten up, the foot supports crumbly, you slide down. At least your hands are unsketched. You look at the escarpment again, you see another spot at a time. Just to be sure, I'll look for another climbing spot. Fine. How's my time? 1.5 hours? Can't make it to hours. Hell to the north. I could tell you stories for days, but who cares? He chuckles. I'm just doing my thing. I've heard no ships can land on the coast. Well, tilts his head to the right and gives you a distressful look. If you're patient, take your time, you can get to Gale Rocks from the sea in a light boat or a raft. Almost afford that fucking crossbow. An actual good sleep. Any leftovers? That's all. I go to the well. That's the way. Approach the guards. Let's throw some dice. Yeah, hell yeah, I made 3 coins. Let's go. About the goblins. I have your dragons. There's no soul in the entire run. Let's get to it. Give us 2 days to prepare. Better stay away from the ruins until then. You may get a random quarrel between your ears. I'm ready to tell you what I learned about Erastos. Okay, I'm gonna go to the Beholder and plant this fucking tree. Approach. Make an offering. Apple. tablet. Weird roots. My hand. Boom, 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 boom. Axe. Hmm. Yeah, the ambient sounds are really good. I could have been able to buy the fancy tunic. But no, I decided to kill some goblins or whatever. Bring sad news from Pagos. The villagers were stricken by plague. So close to us? A plague? How? Tell the others to get together by 8 ale, she tells. We're in Elpis. She must speak with Dan soon. He led her away, a rod in her hand. It's empty. What is it for? Night, Balin. Hello. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Merry Christmas. I hope you had a wonderful stream and day. Do you have any power to handle tax negotiation? Do enough for my village and I'll lend you a beautiful signed letter. List of things my neighbors are doing as well. I think that's fair. Looks like we're in agreement. Her eyes wander left and right. She gestures for a nearby guard to move away. He nods and gestures a few souls to follow him. Mare's shiny green eyes are still locked on you, and her voice is close to a whisper. Since Asterion's disappearance, there's little trade on the roads, and not much news reaches us. Be so kind. Her flirtatious tone distracts you with how obviously fake it is, and help me learn some interesting tales about our neighbors. You mean ones that weren't meant to reach you? See, I knew that deep down you're a true sage. She titters and straightens up, adjusting her cape with a haste. Do you have something to share? I hate this lady. What animals do people breed in nearby villages? Mostly ibexes. Just like the old days. Saw some of them in the city. Do you need my assistance? Fucking bring me juicy rumors. Any rumors? Thanks. I go to the druids! This time, the tall druid gives you an encouraging nod. Even though he remains on a bench, he's huge. He would do well as a guard. You approach the building site. The stone foundations are finished, and the timber frame is jointed together with a set of intriguing cuts. Walk past them and head to the druids. You're welcomed by 8 elders gathered in a semicircle, watching your steps closely. They're not as large as the workers, and their clothes are far from humble. You spot belts and cords, sandals and closed shoes. One person is bald, has a silver hair long enough to cover her back like a cape. Oh, one person is bald. One has silver hair long enough to cover her back like a cape. Most of the druids are clean and rested. The one is a bit of a sloven, uncombed hair, stained clothes, and dusty feet. Also, unlike Priest of Haviland, their hands are marked by scars, hard skin, old burns, and missing fingers. Take a closer look. Her gray robe is decorated with brown thread that portrays leaves, tree branches, and birds. She's over 50, but the youngest one of them all. Her back is straight, the gray hair only an inch long. She doesn't need a walking stick. Her weapon is smooth, longer than she is tall. Her blue eyes are vigilant and keenly observe your face, as if in search for venom in your nose and lips. Her lips are thin and small, formed into an austere line that shakes slightly, as if she's on the brink of a burst of anger. Bow my head and wait for her to speak. After many long breaths, she moves closer, her steps and smile gentle. Her steps and smile gentle. She smells of fresh thyme. There's an unfamiliar hint to it. Her free fingers reach for your chest, but don't touch it. Let me see your face, traveler. You straighten up. Her smile is polite and vague, but her eyes, which now seem a bit brighter than they were just a moment ago, are warm. Your arrival is welcomed by us. Even through the arrival may open the flood of change. Share with us your thoughts, and we'll share ours with you. Her words are slow and soft, as if she's delighted by their taste. Thais thinks you should know about the plague that's fallen upon Volpagos. We can nae help with the tragedy. The people of Volpagos are nae our friends, and we will nae risk our lives for theirs. She turns toward the rest of the gathering. After their nod, she takes a deep breath and speaks for the group. Travel south to the great healer who lives in the cave. Beyond the beholder, the spirit that guides us through the swamps. Only he finds a way. I'll see what he has to say. Have you ever met Asterion? Nay. No reason to talk to him. What's your sense of necromancy? The Awoken spit onto the order of things, on time and nature. Oh, I dropped some frames. Sorry about that. I don't know when that happened. Their will is simple and will never be forgotten. They will hunt for those they care for, and they will drink their blood. Her face hides any emotion, her voice is monotonous, but her fingers are getting pale. The curse of necromancy does nae enter our gathering. She looks towards your axe and clamps her hand over her staff with new strength. We are nae ones to tell our village how to act, how to think. If they decide to follow their mare, we'll follow. She lowers her voice, and her gaze is like a storm. When a bear enters your house, you do nae scream at it, nor hold the door for it to leave. You wait or throw it a fish. But if it heads to the bed of your child, you jump on its back. Ever if you have all your teeth for a single heartbeat, you see the red line in her eye. Farewell. Oh, Elpis is the druidess. Okay. Got it. Offer my services to the guards. Half a day and may get dangerous. Work for 2 coins. Sure. 2 coins, baby. Let's go. You don't have much to do. You get your job done quickly with little difficulty. Hell yeah. We made some money, chat. Let's try going north of Old Pagos. Pebbler's gone. Yo. You approach the raised drawbridge and observe the face of the mountain. The hooks holding the hourglass are as large as a person, displaying their devotion to the right proudly. Took tremendous wealth and labor. The rustling of leaves carries no song of birds, shout of apes, or whines of hunted critters. The river attacks its bank with a fierce roar. You get off your palfrey. Two rounded sticks are tied with a rope to a nearby rock. You grab them to take a closer look. They're claves. Claves? Make a few firm hits, then wait. The echo of your hits cuts through a swashing stream. Claves? Oh! Whoops. Hey, now I know how that word's spelled. A few minutes, two hooded figures leave a cave mouth at the top of the mountain. Little by little, the bridge gets looser. Then as it hits the grass gently, the taller figure, now covered with shadows, invites you in with a gesture. Bumptious. Greeters take off their hoods. They wear dark brown, simple, worn robes and ropes. The skin is pale, covered with liver spots, though getting a close look, you realize a few of them are just stains left by ink. Salutations, traveler, and thank ye. He hesitates. His voice is hoarse, but soreness. Thank thou for thy patience. This is the place of reflection and prayer. We shan't abandon our duties. He puts his bandaged hand on his stomach and bows. You are at Wright's Haven, the last place of peace in the north. As long as thy tongue is clean of lies and thy hands bring no harm, thou will not be hurt. I attack the second one. No. The girl is about 14 with unsightly acne on her forehead and a rope that brushes the ground whenever she takes a step. And a robe. Not rope. Her black hair is tied in a humble ponytail. She observes your horse curiously, cocking her head from side to side. But when she catches your look, she meets your eyes boldly, raising her chin as if to challenge you. The mount is free to help itself with hay and water. We'll wait outside. Thou canst stay here for now, but leave before the night. The plague is nearby, the struggle ahead. While they indeed leave the room, their trust only goes so far. They observe you through the open door. At tether bumptious, join the monks. The lack of walls makes you feel exposed. A few pairs of eyes observe you from their paths. A chilling wind touches your neck. I put on my hood. They keep their distance. The man greets you by raising his open palm, wrapped in bandages that disappear underneath his sleeve. His lip forms something between a sneer and a smile. What brings thee here? Art thou a go-between? The girl keeps an eye on your axe and occasionally glances at your boot, the one that hides a knife. I'm the new Roadwarden. Good, well, roads need their wardens. The folks need their roads. But there are none behind this mountain, and we take care of the one that you've crossed. Thou dost not need to bother. Thy services are not required. He gestures for you to wait. Where's the man with the red beard? There isn't enough work here for the two of you. Asterion, I was hoping to find him here. Sorry to disappoint thee. He rubs the liver spot on his hand. But he hasn't been here for months. We rarely have visitors outside of our friend from Old Pagos. We don't invite from the outside world, and we don't care much for it. Hast thou checked the pelt of the north and the southern road? If he's wounded, it's a safe shelter, I've heard. The girl scratches her ground with her boot, though it remains hidden underneath her robe. The man looks at her with amusement. Looks like Decimia here is eager to return to her duties. I'm Ellie, but I'll not shake thy hand. One of us could carry the plague in our flesh. Who can know? Who can tell? What brings thee to our monastery? Is there nothing you can do about the plague? Well, his cough doesn't help with his hoarse throat. We don't understand what makes it grow. We put to use all ingredients we found, brewed as many potions and balms as we could, and they worked for one afternoon, and people fell ill. Who can tell where the sickness dwells? A powerful healer could get rid of it once and for all with a single spell, but no follower of the rites of the north carries such talents. Maybe it's time for someone to enter and look for the source. I was thinking oil isn't poison. Sea brings fresh air, the crops their regular color, and ibexes drop healthy feces. The tribe isn't dumb. No reason to lock you inside. What can you tell me about Asterion? First thing he was here, he asked to find some iron in Gale Rocks. The second time he did bring us a few scraps, but was wounded. A piece of flesh bitten away from his thigh. Said a 100-legged worm caught him off guard. Tell me about Gale Rocks. Just some seaweed eaters. The soil's barren, but the strongest of them spend their days on boats. Those who can't hunt for fish boil water to make salt. They're weak folk, weak and angry like a wolf beaten and kicked from a pup. Loud, ready to bite, but all it takes is for someone to raise their hand and it jumps away. He lets go of his bag. At least they follow the raid's teachings. Anything noteworthy about the iron? Scavenged from furniture. A few of them were rusty. Who knows where he bought them? We melted them. Path leading through the heart of the woods. I used to. But like all places that belong to beasts, it shifts every year. The only reason why it still has trails at all is that creatures use our roads as their own game trails. Only a dimwit would try to cross it now. Well, I did, and I'm a dimwit. Well, last I've heard, Quintus, the gatekeeper of Morpagos, is missing or dead. He's a brute and an idiot, can't understand jokes, can't stand weaklings. If thou ever meet him, just smile, let him speak as much as he needs to shut up. Looking for a few hunters from the creeks. Hunters from the creeks? He mimics your voice with a hint of mockery. Not a soul here has reached this temple in... well, a decade. They got enough hunting grounds, the heart of the woods, the watchtower, the northern hills. You brought her magic here. He steps back while Demesia turns toward you and reaches behind her back with one hand. Ailey's voices go, take it away before you put all of us in danger. Come down, it's a piece of bronze. You're not asked for your thoughts. You think yourself a judge after you put your trust in that witch. She's a beast in clothes. His claws will tear thy way. Alright. What do you know about the necromancers? He rubs his liver spot with his forehead, with his bandaged hand, looking one eye with a short companion. This and that. Very helpful. My stance? I don't need one. I trust the right. The dead makers must be weeded out. Their power brings only fogs. One may think the spellcaster is in control of the shells, but once they lose their breath, the dead are freed, searching for blood. Humans will never control the dead. I heard I can find them in the northwest. Head back to the crossroads, the north and right. Now you'll find the White Marshes. Any thoughts on Orentius? He's never been there. He's locked in that hut, a prisoner of his own conscience, speaking to his Travis children. Far from lovely. How does one deal with the undead? Well, in a single corpse, a squad, and army, thou need to learn how to shrewd an enemy it is. Can it sense thy presence? Can it use a bow or spells? As long as thou art alone, always better to run. The older empty ones, even those that were awoken by the fogs, get cunning human-like. But with cruelty thou hast never seen. No. Trying to learn about the local bandits. Questions about the monastery. How does one become a monk? Give me an example. I don't want to read on that. Would you like to barter? Curious, he puts a bandaged finger to his chin. Back in the day, an order would tend the workshop in exchange for thy recipes, but now... That was before the war. If aught breaks under thy touch, we would struggle to replace it. No amount of coins may buy us or trade it with glass files and bronze or golden tools. Rather, thou must follow the road. Reach Foggy Lake. There was also the one druidess in Howlers, but she is likely already dead. Why does he think the druids and Howlers are dead? Something fucky's going on in Howlers Dell. There's a new gleam in his eye. I adore learning this recipe, for we use basalt knives often, but our prelate won't agree for the stroll. We need to be sure thou art a friend of the order, not a threat. Okay. Gotta be a friend of the order. Okie dokie. You got 5 hours. Let's go to the Elder. Terrible plague is fallen. What did you say, a plague? You tell him everything you heard. He speaks after a short break. There's nothing I can do. His words are trembling. Is there anything I can do? He strokes his beard and examines your equipment. There may be. You can help me cast a spell of great power, but it will take much. You would need dare, and you would need to give up a grand reward to the quest for a hero, nay, a messenger. You underestimate me. Before you finish, he turns away and looks at the falling water. Then listen. Help me awaken Beholder, the good totem from this swamp. You've already passed its altar in the crossroads north of here. It needs to be fed and only feast on spirits. The new beheld in human blood. Magic locked in items. Offer them, and it will answer your call. But 'tis a hungry being. It will nay be nurtured by a single gift. Tell me more of the seed. Beholder bears but one fruit a year, and only if its hunger is satisfied. The heart of this fruit, its seed, holds a great power of youth, strength, and magic. People of Howard's Dwellers gather at its feet to give Numa held in blood possession. It is a sacrifice that would kill a single soul, but when shared by many, he reaches in the pouch that was previously hanging at his neck. They know I can trust you, but if this 'tis here the death of a dozen souls, I have no choice. Bluish pebble, open palm, you can see. You go to any stream and find hundreds of rocks. Rock filled with Numa from Eucidia, the enchantress once put it on the altar and I'll help you feed it. So I could maybe get the other rock and feed it. I don't really want to, but those left in the village are putting their hands into matters that fit the empty-headed. Their petty clothes are but a costume, made better than a dress of a merchant or a pretty rock thrown into a lake. You don't know where the man found the large worm that he now drops into the water, feeding his pet. Go to the place and find Fidotos. He's a young father and ocean folk. Scars on his neck. As for a male Empress cop, beware, I need it alive. I agree. What can you tell me about the Druids? How do you survive by yourself? How much time we have? 2 hours, 30 minutes. To the pelt of the north. Just scared Griff's away and got to Hallersdale. That's where I found the elders. They agreed to heal me, but only for coin. I told them told me it's an exception. After a few questions, I'm sure that the elders reads the local druids. Held by the villagers in great esteem. They didn't want to talk to me a whole lot. Said I'm impudent. His tone was filled with mockery. You hear that? Spent some time with Thias. At least she wasn't so boring. Ask him about her, and he's more than happy to answer. She's the mayor, so to speak. Once you get there, you'll know it's her. She's short. Her blonde hair is straight and long. She wears a dress and rouges her cheeks like a merchant. She's not scary at all. At least you think. As long as you don't ask about her wealth. Tell her a joke or two, drink some mead, play dice. Her laugh is something else. It's my trade. Yeah, we definitely already asked her about how she was so well off and she got pissed at us. Another day of muddy roads. Yeah, 3 coins. About the goblins. Give us 1 day. 1 more day. Okay. Map. Let's just go through here. One by one and see if it's like, oh, use this thing here. Nothing else for me to do here. Wow, look at that. Fallen tree we definitely checked. Let's go to the old bridge. No point staying here. All right. The familiar howls make you sigh. The spotted wolves dash out. I have nothing to fight them off with. Three flopping fish? Can I get back to the forging grounds? I spent some time forging. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I really want to keep going through the tunnel, but those fucking skeletons are gonna destroy me. What if we just save? Let's do a little quick save. I need to face the undead. I go in. Okay, well, I died. Okay, I died. Okay, we just can't. Skeletons say no. Skeletons say, hey, actually, fuck you. So, the next job. Inn of the Pelt of the North. Faces on the first. Tell him, are we still trading? I'm running out of patience. Remember it well, eh? Bring me the answer, only then you'll get paid. Tell him, are we still trading? I'm running out of patience. Tell me about Pelt. I'll do it. What do we got? Hour and 45. Bumptious is observing movement by the lake. Don't do it, Bumptious. 5.5 hours. Let's go. I'm in need of your services. Three more coins, let's go. Most of the goblins are dead. Some are back in the forest. Loot wasn't great, she says. Maybe we missed something on all the feces they left behind. Well, thanks to some magic, our wounded are fine. She pushes her hair away from the neck. But I think the place should be burned. Foggy has a message for you. After you mention, seems like she won't be played so easily. After you mention the answer, he tells you to relax. You'll have it soon. See, I've lost her first share. Asterion was meant to deliver it to her. Never happened. I don't want to waste more, but she doesn't need to know it. He raises a bowl that sits nearby and reveals a few dragon bones. He counts off 5 of them. Tell her this. Asterion lost your coin. I'm now in debt. Let's be partners for now. I'll send you more once I have it, but I don't promise anything. They're yours. Just help me keep the charade going. Now and later. It's important to me. I'll cover for you. Good. Alright, I want to go in the ruins. Head to the goblin's lair. I plug my nose with some scraps of fabric. Let's see what I can find. They're as crude as a rat's nest, yet escapes your words and senses. The sleeping spots are made of straw, scraps of cloth, feathers, and moss, but are so old and clumped together that you doubt they're any softer than the rotting planks beneath them. The corners are filled with feces. You don't think they would make any difference from the creatures to relieve themselves in the middle of the room. You see broken furniture and all sorts of rubbish with no specific shape nor a purpose you can identify, and a stack of bones and sharpened sticks taller than you are. It's nothing like the humble shelter of the families of apes built among the tree crowns. It's tamed chaos, an attempt at maintaining order in a place that ceased to be a human structure. It is still not part of the wilderness. Just a few days ago, a dozen beasts were living here. You can't imagine how anything could survive such conditions. The walls are covered with black and green molds. The floor is very much alive with countless worms, insects, lizards, and rodents running among the dirt and the fresh shells of furry goblins. The blood, guts, and flesh are covering way more spots than you'd hope for. Something's happening in your stomach. Time to look for something of value. The painful search... Oh, it's stinky. The painful search takes you half an hour. You move the carcasses around, looking into the stacks of garbage, examining sleeping spots. By accident, you make one of the piles of furniture collapse, covering the floor with yet another layer of chaos. You move a larger plank, an X shelf leaning against one of the molding corners. You reveal something curious, a group of signs made with red paint. Look at the marks. The paint is old, painted with noteworthy artistry. It portrays a large tree without leaves, just a bunch of branches. You saw a similar plant in the main square of Howler's Dell. Its roots grow out of a human skull, penetrating its eye sockets. Roots grow out of a human skull, penetrating its eye sockets and an open mouth, and a couple of red drops were allowed to run down the wall. Above the tree, you see a single large word, traders. So maybe the people of this village went against the Beholder and Howler's Dell, and now they're all dead. Use the weird sapling. You remove the linen sack and shake off the soil from the roots, then dig a hole and plant the sapling in the middle of the field. Just to be sure you don't water it. All you can do now is wait, so you brush Bumptious for a bit and make sure the saddle doesn't bother it. When you return, the plant is dark from sickness, dried up, withered. The field must have been corrupted, though seeing how there are already some plants growing from it, the spell is fading away. The curse is most likely as old as the last harvest. Curse soil into a jar. You look for a proper, clean container, crouch down and fill it with some soil, removing any rocks and remains. During these few minutes, you only find one worm. Click tools and get to work. You take off your cloak and put away your bags and satchels while Bumptious grazes. You start your larger rocks moving around. You're done before you get too tired. From now on, the passing through this place will take you less time. Washing myself. I washed myself. 3.5 hours. Come on, it'll be fun. He only told me he loved to talk about peace. Oh, don't say such a thing. You make me sound like an old lady. I'm still a hunter, not a talker. She winks at you. Fine, 5. I was already 5. Fine, here's 5. She takes the coins with a smile. We can start whenever you want. Crawling with bugs. I already made the bomb. Another creature. Local apes. Couple dangerous apes. All you can do is run away. Run away from the big fright apes. Got it. They're too weird. Each one's different. 2 of them, 1 deer head and 1 bear folk, try to steal a rabbit from her trap. See a dozen? Run before they knock you down. See 2? Chop their heads off. They ain't magical. You can't always run from dragons. How do you deal with them? Harpies. Their bites are not venomous, but they do something weird. I can't describe it. It melts your skin and their legs are pointy like tiny spears. There's no point in finding them unless you're looking for spider silk. Aim at the abdomen. A spear would be a good choice when it gets close. Goblin packs. Shouts are like spells that make you sick. These spells that won't do any good. No spells against gargoyles going. Large cats. It's a lot, so much reading. Furless wolves, those are the worst. They live alone, but are as dangerous as an entire group. Once you find one, you can't run away from it. You can't scare it off. If it's not bleeding, you must stay brave, especially when it charges you. It's gonna jump. Oh, this high. She raises her hand to her neck. Duck beneath it as quickly as you can. Okay. Priest of the Right. Met with Caius. How'd you become a lieutenant? Okay, I think we're gonna sleep here. I think I'm gonna save, and I think that's gonna be it for us, chat. Thank you so much for hanging with me. Yeah, I appreciate you hanging. It was nice having some company for today, so thank you. I am very tired. I'm just gonna let y'all go. hope you have a good night. Good sleep. I'm sure I'll be streaming at some point this week. I don't know when, because I'm gonna try and actually be productive, but we'll see. Have a good one. Take care.